guest internet doesn't seem to be working, but their other one is.
I don't know that.
Ready? Okay.
No, I know.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, October 28th. It is 9:01 a.m. All council members are present. Town clerk, town manager, town attorney.
I don't think I was being picked up on a mic, was it?
Next is the approval of the final agenda. There are a couple minor little changes. Town attorney, would you like to take the first one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So agenda item that is currently, item E, unsafe structures appeal process. When you open your public hearing, we would be asking for continued.
Second.
Second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment.
Resident of Fort Myers Beach for 10 years. And I'm gonna be devil's advocate today. I have many concerns. In fact, I wrote them down so I don't miss any. For the record,
Okay.
I have been a resident of Fort Myers Beach for 10 years. And like I said, I'm gonna be devil's advocate. I have many concerns. And for the record, I do not know any developers. So I have no bias. Continue. Let's continue. Let's think. We're gonna have an empty island. So we should be grateful to these people are taking their chances, building here and helping the community. Okay? As you can see, we have the island. People are taking chances bringing their little businesses. We have to help them. We have to help the people that are gonna rebuild better, safer.
President of Miramar Street. Good morning, council. Good morning, staff. I'm actually here for my input of what's that they're surrounding. That's a plus. That's really important because we are neighbors. For example, if a neighbor needs help, we'll help them out. This is in regards to EIBC. So we have a crosswalk that crosses over Estero Boulevard through Miramar Street. So even though I'm here speaking to you, I'm actually reaching out to the developers and my community. I would like to see, at least for Miramar Street,
Me from last week's marathon hearing on EIBC. I'm the attorney for the property owner. Really appreciate your time and consideration.
Just a reminder too, if you're gonna speak specifically about one of the public hearings today and you want that to be part of that hearing's record, wait till the public
turning the tides for the Bay Oaks Fright Night and having all the kids and everything show up. It was like a 2 or 3 day turnaround, I think, when it was decided that they were gonna take over. So I really.
Counselor Kane?
Well, most of us, no, I guess we're all wearing pink of some sort in recognition of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I know Counselor Woodson, you're a survivor. How many years is that?
Got an email that the internet's not working on YouTube or Facebook from a resident.
Internet is not working.
Video, I think it's video. The video, I'm guessing. Back here, just so everybody can. That was loud.
Phase and echo.
Jason, let me know when you're ready. You ready? Okay, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. It is 9:25. Hopefully our internet issues have been worked out. If not, we do have a camcorder here recording this meeting that will get uploaded at the end of the meeting, should you not be able to see this. Our next item is advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. Before we get to the local planning agency appointments, are there any other committees that are here to give us any input? Seeing none, we have six people that have applied for 4 positions on the LPA committee. You wanna read them, and then we'll allow, if you're here and you want to say a few
You
words.
want me to read their names?
Please do.
We have Jim Dunlap, Doug Ekman, John McLean, Ann Neef, Tyler Spradling, and Don Suddeth have applied.
Okay, is there anyone on that list that would like to come up and say a few words before we come on up?
While he's coming up, can I just ask the town clerk, are they all qualified to serve in these capacities?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello, my name's Tyler Spradling. I grew up here on the beach, lived here my whole life. Applied to be on this committee because I think it's an important time in the island to have someone who's been here for as long as I have to give their perspective. And you know, I've gone on a couple different talks with Ed on Beach Talk and sent y'all emails, so I won't take up too much time, but just appreciate your the appreciation. Thanks.
Thanks, Todd. Anyone else? Jim?
Well, good, unless you have questions.
John?
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity. So I was appointed by you all, and I greatly appreciate that. I've had, I think, very thoughtful experience as being part of the LPA, and I would hope that I would be able to continue to do so. I've been a few months that I've been able to support and work in service to the town, and I think the balanced approach to it has been helpful, and I'd very much prefer to be reappointed. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. Anyone else that I can't maybe see out there? All right, if you will make your vote for the 4 candidates and give them to the town clerk. I couldn't do that again if I tried. Paper airplane. That was fast.
Reception by the Vikings. Pass.
It's the best pass they've seen all year. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. Do I need to read this name too?
When we read the ballot.
So what we'll be doing is we're tallying the votes, and then we'll be reading each ballot into the record, and then giving you the compilation of it.
Okay. Need some Jeopardy music or something.
Right.
Now it's gonna be stuck in everyone's head.
Earworm.
This one, this one.
Andy Griffith one.
No, don't.
Oh, God, don't start doing that one.
Should I read these first, or should I read these?
Good thing I can't whistle.
Okay. So we're gonna read each individual ballot.
Okay.
Councilmember Safford voted for Jim Dunlap, my goodness, Jim Dunlap, John McLean, Tyler Spradling, and Don Suddeth. Councilmember Woodson voted Jim Dunlap, Doug Ekman, John McLean, and Don Suddeth. Mayor Allers, Jim Dunlap, Doug Ekman, John McLean, and Tyler Spradling. Vice Mayor Adderholt is Jim Dunlap, Doug Ekman, John McLean, and Don Suddeth. And Councilmember King is Jim Dunlap, John McLean, Ann Neef, and Don Suddeth. So the 4 appointees with a vote of 5 votes total would be Jim Dunlap. John McLean received 5 votes also. Don Suddeth received 4 votes. And then Doug Ekman received 3. Tyler Spradling received 2. And Ann Neef received 1.
So the top 4 are,
The top 4 are Jim Dunlap, John McLean, Doug Ekman, and Don Suddeth.
Do you need us to take a motion to,
yes.
okay, is there a motion to accept the results of the appointments to the local planning agency?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Approval of the final minutes. Is there a motion to approve the final, the minutes?
We don't have any minutes.
We don't have any minutes. Why don't we have any minutes from last meeting?
We hadn't gotten them by the time,
Okay, we'll get
because
it on
there's
the next one.
3 weeks in a row of minutes.
Okay,
You know,
so no motion needed then?
correct.
Okay. We do not have anything on the consent agenda, and there obviously will nothing be removed from the consent agenda. That brings us to our public hearings. The next 4 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. So several land use decisions are quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that your public hearing today comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they are less formal than the proceedings before a circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting, our public hearings, which will be legislative in nature. As quasi-judicial matters, they follow basic standards of due process that require certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence that is presented to you either in written form or through oral testimony. It is your job to evaluate the testimony and the information on each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the town in evaluating a quasi-judicial agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or who provide testimony based on their own personal knowledge and information. Your decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results from a motion to approve, or there is a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless the majority of the council present and vote by agreeing by motion before the next agenda item is called to take some other alternative action in lieu of a denial. Furthermore, the action may be moved or seconded by any member regardless of his or her vote on the earlier motion. Now, if the town council decides to deny an application or request, the reason for the denial should be stated in the motion. And the denial of a quasi-judicial matter must not be based on a determination of public support or opposition to an application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence. Denial of an application or request is by default a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If a application is denied with prejudice, a similar application for the same property or a portion thereof cannot be submitted and reviewed for a period of 12 months from the date of the denial. However, denial of an application with prejudice will not prevent the application for a different land use application in which, in the opinion of staff, is substantially different from the request that was originally denied. And if the town council's denial is without prejudice, then the applicant can make modifications to the original application and submit the modified application to the town council for further action without having to wait 12 months before applying for reconsideration. And any resubmitted application has to clearly show what the modifications have been made to the original request. So please keep these items in mind. Members of the public in the audience, if you do intend to speak, also keep these comments in mind. When you come forward, state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, we will go ahead and address certain procedural items for each of the 4 matters that are quasi-judicial in nature. First, I need to ask the town clerk, have all agenda items been properly noticed and advertised pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
And at this time, I need to ask our council members, if anyone has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose this now for the record, so that we can assure that we have a quorum present at the time the agenda item comes forward.
Counselor Safford?
I do not.
Counselor Woodson?
I do not.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
I have a conflict with item B, the Margaritaville sign ordinance. I filled out, or will have filled out, my Form 8 and turned into the town clerk.
And the nature of the conflict is a business.
Business agreement, yes.
Okay. All right. So at this time, if there's anyone in the audience, including staff, who is intending to provide any testimony today in these quasi-judicial hearings, if you would please stand, and the clerk will be swearing you in.
That would include public comment.
Yeah, anyone that's gonna speak in public comment also.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Okay, the first quasi-judicial item is a second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-27, entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for the property located at 2545 and 2555 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-00458.0000 and 19-46-24-W3-00458.0010 in Fort Myers Beach to allow a fire station and a mixed-use development including civic, residential, lodging, retail, office, and marine uses, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know now the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of this site. Counselor Safford?
I do not, but for the record, my wife is a fire commissioner, just for the record.
Counselor Woodson?
I do not.
Other than being at the groundbreaking the other day and obviously talking with the chief about it several times, I have nothing else. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
The same.
Okay,
I too attended the groundbreaking on Friday, and that would be it.
okay. Sarah, are you covering this one, or is Judith? Judith? All right.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
For purposes of disclosure, Councilmember Safford, you have made a disclosure that your wife occupies the role of a fire commissioner. Do you have any, is she receiving any type of special gain or loss related to her service in that capacity?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Okay. Judith?
Good morning,
Oh.
Judith Frankel.
What's your last name, Judith?
Frankel.
Okay, Judith, I have to go through my script
Okay.
here, sorry. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, and has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? He is nodding yes. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Close enough. Judith Frankel, Principal Planner, Town of Fort Myers Beach.
Judith, before you move on, I just noticed that this has changed. We've always did the town first and then the applicant, but in this script, it's got the applicant going first. Does it matter?
Technically, it's the applicant that would go first. Oftentimes, staff goes first just to provide a general overview, and then staff does their presentation.
So you would prefer to have the applicant go first?
It would
So
be
we're gonna switch it.
preferable,
Okay,
yes.
sorry, I just noticed that it has switched. Sorry, Judith.
Okay, I'm just going to give a very brief introduction because
Okay.
you've already heard this at the September 23rd Town Council meeting and seen the applicant's presentation. So for the record, the applicant is Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District. This is a request to rezone 2.16 acres from a CPD under Resolution 0808 to a CPD with 6 deviations to include the essential services building of the fire station. The essential services building was not included as a land use under the previous CPD, and so this new CPD became necessary. The project is divided into 2 parts. The portion fronting Estero Boulevard, which will contain the fire station, and then a portion to the rear of the property, which has yet been not fully defined. They are asking for 6 deviations. The first 5 of those deviations relate to the specific needs of a fire station and have to do with the parking arrangements and the landscaping. Obviously, they have larger vehicles and different needs than a typical commercial development, and so those deviations relate to the use of it as a fire station. The 6th deviation relates to the rear portion of the parcel, and what they're asking for is the density allowed there is 6 units per acre. That rear portion is 0.99 acres, and typically we round down when doing density, so they would only be allowed 5 units. If you do the calculation, it's at 5.94, and so what they're asking is if they can round up to have 6 units there. As you know, the applicant is here. We want to come up
All right.
and speak, and we're here for
So
questions.
I have a question. Why would you always, is it standard procedure to always round down
Yes,
at 5.99?
yes. In general, just everywhere across the
0.99.
board. Yes, because you want to go with the smaller density, because you can't build 0.9 of a building.
Oh, I
yeah.
bet you somebody would try.
And that was applied in previous CPDs on that property.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
All right. Applicant?
Good morning. For the record, Greg Stewart, representing the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District. We had a fairly in-depth discussion and presentation on the first ordinance, so my presentation is simple. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. That's really about it.
Greg, any questions for Scott, for Greg?
No, not at this time.
What did I say?
Yeah.
Greg, Scott,
Greg,
whatever.
yeah, sure.
I'm
Counselor
good
Woodson?
for now.
All right.
Stafford.
Thank you.
Stafford.
Vice Mayor Holt?
All my concerns were addressed on first reading. Thank you.
Counselor King?
None.
I do not have any either. Thanks, Greg. All right, public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment regarding this case? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I assume you don't have any additional comments or rebuttal? Okay. I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance at a time certain.
I'll move ordinance 24-27 CPD Fire Station.
Okay, we've got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold.
Aye.
And Mayor Adler's is an aye, motion carries unanimously. Looking forward to seeing it, Chief, thanks. Our next item is the second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-20, entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Town of Fort Myers Beach Ordinance Number 24-01, and approving deviations for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 1170, 1180/1192, 1204/1206 Estero Boulevard, 251 Crescent Street, 1150 Fifth Street, and unaddressed parcels. Parcels generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070, MCP parcel number 3, 24-46-23-W3-00006.0000, MCP parcels number 1, 24-46-W3-00206.0060, MCP parcel number 1, 24-46-W3-00009.0000, MCP parcels number 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0494.2609 MCP parcel number 2, 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070, 19-46-24-W4-U0419.2610 491.2610 MCP parcel number 2, 19-46-24-W4-01440B.0070 MCP parcels number 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0496.2608 MCP parcel number 2, and 19-46-24-W4-U0498.2607 MCP parcels number 2 and number 6, Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
It's got a nice beat, but it's not the dance.
If any town council members had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
I have none.
Counselor Woodson?
Not since the first reading.
Okay, Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Not since the first reading.
Counselor King?
None.
And I am abstaining from the vote. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing no one out there, has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Don't see anyone out there. The applicant is not here, so we will go right on to the staff. Will the staff please proceed with the presentation at this time?
Good morning, councilors, staff. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm senior planner with your planning and zoning department. So the application before you is a request to amend an existing CPD and a master concept plan. This has been read once before. This details or is relevant to 2 particular signs. They are requesting 5 deviations total. Each of the 2 signs has 2 of the same requests, and 1 of the signs has an independent request separate from the monument sign. I will briefly go through what the requests are. They have requested a deviation to the maximum height of a sign, so both the pole sign and the ground sign are taller than 5 feet, so they are requesting deviations for those. Both ground signs are within 3 feet of the sidewalk. They have requested a deviation for both of those to be no less than 6 inches from the back of the sidewalk. And the pole sign had a separate request because pole signs by themselves are a disallowed type of sign. So Margaritaville is requesting to have that type of signpost. Both signs are generally located at the intersection of Estero and Crescent. Staff is here for any questions you may have.
Okay,
Mayor, may I ask, does staff have a recommendation on this one?
So staff recommends that the approval be made. This is, in our opinion, de minimis, and the requests themselves are in line with the general design originally approved by Town Council.
And were there any conditions associated with it?
So part of the conditions were to ensure that they just bring the, any electrical, bring any of the signs or the site itself into compliance with the turtle-friendly lighting code, and I believe they're already in the process of working with our staff to ensure that everything is brought into compliance.
okay. Counselor Safford, questions for Mr. Smalley?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
I don't.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I would just say, because the applicant isn't here this morning, just based upon the first reading, that this is an effort by Margaritaville in part to also help the public identify the pedestrian walkover, that it is public, that folks can, and how to access it, how to use the elevators. So I think there's a lot of public benefit in part due to this effort for additional signage. So certainly very supportive of those efforts.
Counselor King?
Seems to me that one of the signs, there was an issue with Tico Gas.
That is what I have been told, as the sign originally was proposed to be compliant as far as the setback. We were told that at the time that they actually cited the Tico Gas, that Tico Gas needed it run a particular way, and they had to make a field change with the location of the sign because of that Tico Gas location.
Thanks, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, sir. We'll now open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this hearing? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And we'll now close, there's no one here from the applicant to rebut it, so we will move on to close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'll move approval of ordinance 24-20.
Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers is abstaining from the vote. That takes us to our next one. This is a resolution vacating a 12-foot wide utility easement located over real property owned by the Fort Myers Beach Art Association, generally located at 3030 Shell Mound Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, accepting and approving a new utility easement as a replacement easement to be located on real property owned by Fort Myers Beach Art Association, subject to terms and conditions as contained in the utility easement agreement, directing the town clerk to record this resolution and the new utility easement, authorizing the mayor to sign all needed documents and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I've had none.
Councilor Woodson?
I've had none.
I have had none also. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Well, I had extensive conversations yesterday with the former president of the Art Association, but this issue did not come up, so just in case anybody saw us talking yesterday, yeah.
Councilor King?
None.
All right. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff? I don't see anyone out there. Oh, are you there? Come on up. You're hiding behind Barbara back there.
Hello, Aaron Spence with Mostrict Engineering
How are
on
you?
behalf of the applicant.
Do you wanna be do you wanna be qualified as an expert witness?
I don't think it's necessary, but sure.
Well, if you don't feel it's necessary, then we certainly.
Alright.
Have you seen a copy of the agenda materials from staff?
Yes.
Okay, that's all we need. Go ahead.
Well, this is the hope for a resolution on vacation of a 12-foot PUE that currently runs through the lower 2/3 of the property for the Fort Myers Beach Arch Association. As such, I think it's non-issue, should be easy to vacate, and per staff's comments, we have also added an additional proposal for a 6-foot PUE that will run along the south side and connect to the current PUE that runs the adjacent properties to the east, so.
Just for those that are listening, might not understand what a PUE is, can you?
Yes, public utility easement.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Councilor Stafford?
Not this time.
Councilor Woodson?
So my understanding in reading all of this, that there are no current utilities being affected
No.
by this easement?
No current utilities are in there, and as such, we've received the designated letters of no objection from all interested parties regarding that for utilities.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Well, it's probably isn't the appropriate time, but I don't know where else to put it, but it's not germane to this particular issue, but again, visiting with the former president of the Art Association yesterday on location, it appears there's a I don't want to say abandoned, but I hate to use the word squatter, but there's a trailer on the Art Association property. So I see the director of our compliance here. I just wondered if you'd make a mental note of that and encourage some of our folks just to visit and see what's happening out there, because I think it's of concern. So I'm sorry to intrude on your
Yeah, no problem.
exercise here, but I think it's a concern of the Art Association. So I just want to make sure that everybody here, our team, got a chance to hear that and maybe address that when appropriate. That's all I've got, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilor King?
Nothing.
All right, I have nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Judith?
I don't really have anything to add, except that the LPA recommended approval 7-0 at their meeting.
Okay. Councilor Stafford, any questions for Judith?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
None.
Vice Mayor Earl?
No.
Councilor King?
None.
I do not either. Thanks, Judith. Okay. We'll now open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this hearing? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I assume you don't have any rebuttal? You can sit down. You're all right.
He's like, get me out of here.
Yeah. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-190.
Okay, got a motion by Counselor King,
Second?
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, and motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next, we will be doing, we did the change at the beginning, we're gonna go to item F. This is the first reading of proposed ordinance 24-34 entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a home rule development agreement for property located at 3001 Estero Boulevard, 2943 Estero Boulevard, 2932 Estero Boulevard, and 211 Donora Boulevard, or Don Ora Boulevard. We just found out yesterday.
Correctly, yeah.
Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap numbers 29-46-24-W1-00145.1000, 29-46-24-W1-00145.5000, 30-46-24-W2-00001.0000, 29-46-24-W1-01208.0010, and owned by Seagate Fort Myers Beach LLC as authorized by section 2-100 of the town's land development code, and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of the development agreement with deviations set forth in resolution number 24-73, for the purpose of redevelopment of the property previously known as the Red Coconut RV Park, providing for terms and conditions included but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the town of Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, may I make a few comments before we begin our public hearing?
You certainly can.
This is the first development agreement that this town council will be reviewing. And I just wanted to point out that it is somewhat of a new process, and your code of ordinances pursuant to section 2-100 and 2-96 authorizes you to enter into these type of land use approvals. These are development agreements with deviations. The one before you is a home rule development agreement. The code and Florida law also provides for a different type of development agreement that can be entered into between a local government and a property owner. Again, because this is somewhat new, your procedures for review of this was adopted back in April of this past year. And I just wanted to point out the procedures, I believe, are Exhibit B in your packet to staff's amendment or staff's report. The first part of the procedures talks about the sufficiency review, and this is a list of items. There's 17 items that the property owner has to provide to staff to basically let the process begin. The second part of the procedures require the creation of a document, a development agreement. This one again is labeled as a home rule development agreement. That agreement has to have included in it 17 items. And that's kind of the procedural or the administrative side of it. How the process actually works is that an application is made, and then there is conversation that begins primarily with the town manager. And at that point, staff also comes into play. And there is a negotiation between the town manager, staff, and the property owner developer. That kind of goes back and forth as you would in any negotiation. And at the end of the day, a document is produced. And that document, again, will have at a minimum the items that are identified in your procedural rules. So once that item is reduced to writing, then there is a public hearing that is held by the local planning agency, and they will issue a recommendation for approval or denial to you as the town council. And then thereafter, you will have a public hearing. The approval of the development order is by ordinance, and that requires 2 readings of the title and a final adoption hearing. So I just wanted to point out to you, because this one is a little bit different than some of the other land use applications that you have had before you in a quasi-judicial setting. So with that said, I think, Mayor, it would be appropriate to defer to the property owner applicant.
Okay, would you like me to go through the rest of my?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Before I get into that,
Oh,
just.
yeah. Disclosures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yes. I think for the purpose of getting through this as fast as we can, when the applicant does his presentation or her presentation, depending on who's speaking, if we can hold our questions, make note of your questions till the very end, then we'll let the public speak, and then we'll ask our questions after that, if everyone's okay with that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Mayor, just curious, as this is a new process, and the town manager and our director of operations negotiated that process, do you all have any comments about the process or anything that you want to share prior to this? No? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay. All right, then if any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or any observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
I had a meeting at Seagate with Mr. Price and a lunch, and we've been in contact several times via phone and text. I've received quite a number of emails, both for and against the project.
Okay, Counselor Woodson?
So I watched the presentation, 3.5 hours from the LPA. I've had conversations several times with Mr. Price and also have received pro and con emails.
Okay. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yeah, I've met months ago on location with the applicant. I've had emails, both pro and con. I've had conversations since with the applicant. And then my wife and I walked the property extensively yesterday, and I think that's everything.
Counselor King?
Correspondence, both pro and con. Have met with the Seagate folks a few times for their input. Attended their public presentation at Diamond Head, and recently met with staff regarding this issue.
Okay, well, I've got some lengthy ones as well. I have met with both Matt, Tim, and Commissioner Sandelli at the very beginning. Had several meetings since then, several conversations obviously about it. I also have received many correspondence via email, both for and against the project. I sat in person at the entire LPA meeting that was just the other day. And I also have recently had conversations with town staff regarding this development agreement before today's hearing. All right. Do we need to take expert witness? Okay. Are there any individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Come on up.
Good morning, Council. For the record, Tina Ekblad, Principal at Sage Entitlements. I am a certified planner in land use and the town's comprehensive plan and zoning. I have been accepted as such before and would ask to be accepted today. Should you have any questions about my qualifications, I'm happy to answer them.
Would you pronounce your last name again?
Ekblad is how it's spelled, and it's pronounced Ekblad.
Thank you.
Never would have guessed that. All
You
right,
gotta
any
sneeze a
questions, for Tina? Counselor Safford?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
Not right now.
I do not have any. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
All right, is there a motion to accept Tina as an expert witness for this hearing?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. You are now an expert. All right.
It was easy.
Mayor,
Yes.
just for housekeeping, we want to make sure that the applicant has had the opportunity to review the agenda materials. You've received a copy of them?
Yes.
Okay, and there's reference to numerous emails, both pro and con, and I believe the clerk has been able to provide you with copies of those?
We received them, yes.
Okay, anybody get an email that was not forwarded to you from the clerk that needs to be disclosed?
If I could clarify about the emails, we did receive between 4 and 6 negative emails. We haven't received any positive emails. If y'all could make sure that those get forwarded along as well, we would appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Any
Go
more
ahead.
questions?
No, so if you have received any emails, that did not come to you through the clerk, just through directly to you, before our second reading, we wanna make sure that they have the opportunity to review those.
Yeah, just for the record, some of those were conversations as well, just by just running into various constituents on Fort Myers Beach.
So, Mr. Price, based on the disclosures today, do
I'm
you have
fine.
any
I'm
questions?
fine with the disclosures.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
okay
Thank
with the
you.
disclosures.
Thank you.
Okay, Matt? take it away.
Okay, I think I'm here for the expert thing right now.
Oh, you
Yeah.
wanna be, all right.
We jumped ahead.
They
Sorry.
want me to be an expert, so
Okay.
yeah, so I went
We
through this
all-
one more time. I'm not used to this stuff, so it's
All right.
so again, Matt Price, CEO, Seagate Development Group, here to be recognized as a development expert. And so, any questions for me? 20+ years experience. I think we've all
Counselor Safford?
talked many times.
I do not at this time.
Not at this time.
Counselor Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
I do not have any. Is there a motion to recognize Matt Price as an expert witness in this case?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Welcome to the expert world.
And
Awesome.
he
Great.
is- He is also the property owner or developer.
Property owner, developer.
Okay.
Okay, who's going first?
Well, I am, so I think a lot of people watched the LPA presentation. We went pretty in-depth through our presentation. I'm gonna let Tina start off at this one to hit a couple points. I'm gonna jump in and talk about some of the public benefit and how we got to some of the public benefit, because I think there's been this idea that the public benefit was just thrown out at the end, but there has been a process to get there, so I'm gonna walk a little bit through that process. And then Tina's gonna come back up and talk through some of the comp plan language, and then we're gonna present it to council for any questions. Again, I'm, just like the LPA, I'm interested to hear questions and concerns you may have for the project. So that's how we're gonna do it, unless anyone on council has any issues with that.
Works for us.
Good? Okay. Tina?
Thank you. For the record again, Tina Ekblad. Perfect, okay. So the presentation is up on the screen. You also all have hard copies in front of you, and for housekeeping, I have these 2 copies for staff, if you'd like them. Thank you for the qualification as an expert. I will skip over that, and maybe we can get this to work today?
Probably not. Is it on?
Okay.
Is the clicker on?
I saw the red light, so.
It's vibrating as though it's
Jason,
on.
do you have the ability to advance the screens back there? It
Okay,
might
if you
be
wanna just go to the
easier.
second slide, and I'll kinda shout out, if you don't mind keeping up with me, thank you. So, as you know, today we are here regarding the development agreement for what is known as the Red Coconut property. First and foremost, I want to thank staff and the town attorney for the very expedited timeline as a result of the rescheduling of all these hearings. We appreciate you all being accommodating to that. And we did agree to several changes to the development agreement between LPA and Today. So the document in your packet, we accepted all the changes from the LPA and then put in strike through underline any new agreements that came about as a result of that hearing, so it was easier to follow along. As a result of that, we're going to keep our presentation brief, but there is some necessary substantial and competent evidence that we do need to put onto the record, and we do want to clarify a number of concerns and misconceptions that we heard in the last hearing and online and through some of that correspondence that we received over the last week. So if we can start with the existing conditions and the baseline regulations. I believe we all remember the Red Coconut. It was and is approximately 10.7 acres that spans from the Gulf of Mexico to the bay. It had approximately 27 RV parks per acre with nightly turnover. And the comprehensive plan considers an RV park a commercial use in policy for B12. So that's a little different than some of the conversation that we may have heard. And while some people may have stayed on site for a longer term, the property was allowed to have nightly turnover. And so during season, there was that fairly consistent, either daily or weekend turnover of guests. The property was also private, and so there was not the ability to cross through it and interconnect adjacent neighborhoods. And beach access was limited to those staying at the RV park. So when we talk about why we're here today, the Red Coconut property is within what is known as a redevelopment area. So your comprehensive plan in Objective 4F states that redevelopment areas are to promote redevelopment in areas that have reached obsolescence. And unfortunately, as a result of Hurricane Ian, the RV park has reached obsolescence. And, bless you. The specific area to Red Coconut, quote, provides an opportunity for landowners to replace vulnerable recreational vehicles with permanent structures. And I want to clarify that there seems to be this concept, there's a very specific design plan for the property in the comprehensive plan, and unfortunately there is not. There are actually 3 different conceptual plans of what the property could look like. And then there was the village zoning district that was established in 2003 that gave parameters and allowed for flexibility and some shifts to occur in those conceptual plans so that the ultimate developer could move forward with this redevelopment concept. Additionally, the community design element acknowledges that in 1999, the floodplain and the coastal setback regulations severely restrict redevelopment. And as we know, since Hurricane Ian has hit and those 2022 maps went into effect, those restrictions have only grown more stringent. And so with those foundational policy elements in play from 1999 and 2003, and also the 2022 floodplain maps, we set about looking at what can we do. And unfortunately, what we found is there were a number of places where we needed to come to the town and ask for flexibility. Most importantly, we are no longer allowed to enclose ground level space related to residential or commercial development within the VE zone, as you all know. And so at a minimum, we must come to you to eliminate those requirements from the village district. We considered whether or not to do a CPD, and we considered whether or not to do a development agreement. We chose to go through the development agreement process because as we understood the objective in watching their meetings and establishing those procedures, it was expressly to promote faster redevelopment of properties while also promoting flexibility from the design standards. And so that is why we are here today. We're the first, we acknowledge that. There's gonna be some hiccups, but we're here to work through it and to hear what the concerns are and try to come up with reasonable solutions. I do want to clarify that the development agreement is not just the 10 pages of text. There are also 4 additional exhibits, and that complete package is what we are anticipating will be adopted and will guide the future development of the property. So the first exhibit is the legal description. The second is a conceptual plan. It is not an engineered document. It is a concept plan to put forward those asks related to the flexibility that we need in the hopes of being approved, so that we have a box of sorts to move forward and get technical engineering documents for utilities, structural, stormwater management, and roadways. The third exhibit is the public easement areas, so the locations on site that we are proposing to place an easement onto to provide public access and also access for the town. That's approximately 25% of the developable area of the property. And then last but certainly not least is a pattern book, so that once we have structural engineering drawings, we can guide the architectural elevations, and that can be reviewed by town staff to ensure consistency with what is before you today. For clarification, we know that this is the first step. There are additional permits that we need to get from the town, specifically a development order and a building permit. There are multiple permits we need to get from the Water Management District. We have specifically proposed not to phase this project so that our stormwater management is reviewed by the Water Management District to ensure that there are no flooding impacts and other issues off-site. And then last but certainly not least, we also need to achieve permits from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which leads me to another note of clarification. The development agreement is for approximately 9.4 acres because we have not proposed any development seaward of the coastal construction control line. That's another cleanup from the existing development. So next slide, please. Thank you. So with all of that in mind, the property is proposed to be converted from the commercial RV park to a principal residential use. We are proposing 141 residential units. 4 of those are the single-family units you see along the northern boundary, and 137 are multifamily with supporting amenities. Those 137 units are proposed to be split between 2 residential towers. And if you look on the right-hand side of the graphic or the concept plan and included in Exhibit B, you'll see that each building has a set number of units in it. And so we really are trying to blend the master concept plan and the schedule of use requirements of the plan development into this exhibit. So it's very clear where the different uses are happening, the boundaries of those uses, and where they go on site in combination with the text of the development agreement. We had a number of questions regarding the design and access and roadways and things like that, so I do briefly want to talk about that. First and foremost, on the north side of Estero, we have a single internal roadway. That is for a number of reasons. The first is policy 7H10 of the comprehensive plan states that driveway access to Estero Boulevard is to be limited to the maximum extent possible. So we have purposefully chosen to have one access point in and out from Estero. That road has been placed as far to the west as possible from the intersection with Estero Boulevard and Denora. That is for public safety. We don't want to have conflicts with our traffic entering our site with the existing traffic at that intersection. That is also at the guidance of the Lee County Department of Transportation, who has to issue the driveway permit for the development. So we have had some preliminary discussions with them, and they have asked for us to have the greatest distance available to that intersection. The same is true on the south side of Estero. We have a single access point that is as far west as possible, again, to prevent those conflicts. The internal roadway also curves into the proposed structures. That's to promote screening, so you won't see the stacking of cars from Estero Boulevard. It's also to increase the stacking distance so that any vehicles entering our property are not stacking onto Estero Boulevard, creating additional conflicts. And then while this plan is up, I want to clarify some of the concerns we had regarding various development parameters. The first is along Matanzas Pass Preserve, we have proposed perimeter setbacks, and those range from 15 to 25 feet for the single-family lots. So what that means is any rear or side structure setback for the single family is in addition to those perimeter setbacks. So you are ensured that we will always have 15 feet of separation to the boundary on the west, and then 25 to the perimeter boundary on the east. Additionally, the multi-use path that extends along the new east-west road and then along the western property boundary, that pathway is 8 feet wide, but it's within a 20-foot linear park. And that is to promote Objective 2A and the commercial design element of the comprehensive plan to get people out of their vehicles and moving through the town, not utilizing Estero Boulevard. That policy and that language occurs within, I believe it's 4 different elements within the comprehensive plan and a multitude of policies, which we've listed for you later on in the presentation for your reference. Finally, the origination of the beach park and the linear park are concurrent to be central to the village district so that we can support not only our future residents, but any development that occurs to the west that is within the village district as well, and the existing residential neighborhood. The same is true for the park adjacent to Matanzas Preserve in the northwest corner of the property. And last but certainly not least, we heard very loudly and very clearly that the elements of the beach park were not well refined at the LPA meeting. So we have agreed to the following changes. The first is that any vehicular access would be open to the public for them to drop off and utilize the beach access. The beach access will be a minimum of 10 feet wide. It cannot coincide with the private platted beach access. And there will be the provision of, we're calling them park-like features, because quite frankly, we don't want to assume what the town would like, but we're generally describing it as bike racks, picnic tables, shade structures, landscaping, etc. There would be an easement placed over that section, and we would anticipate continuing to work with the town on exactly what those programmatic elements are. Next slide, please. And so that brings me to what we heard the most about from the perspective of deviations in the building height. The property owner is allowed to request a deviation from building height through this process. But your comprehensive plan also considers in policy 4C4 that the redevelopment district shall have different heights than the rest of the town. And that when a property owner comes in and requests such a deviation, I want to read this language very specifically. It says that the town will pay particular attention to any permanent view corridors to the Gulf or Bay waters that could be provided in exchange for height, and that in each case the town shall balance the public benefits of height against other public benefits that would result from the proposal. And so I want to take a minute to talk about the view corridors because I do feel like that became a bit confusing in the last hearing. We actually have 3 view corridors on site. The first is in the northwest corner of the property adjacent to Matanzas Pass Preserve, which provides a permanent view to the bay and is approximately 120 feet. And then the second 2 corridors are on either side of the beach club, and each one is 120 feet. So in total, we have 360 feet of view corridors that will be provided as a result of this redevelopment project. The Village District does require a view corridor. It only requires 50 feet. And so we have exceeded that standard by 310 feet. The Village District permits building heights at 30 feet above base flood. We have asked for 235 feet. And so yes, we are exceeding the height by 205 feet. Now, I also want to talk about the tiered architecture that is proposed in this development. The heights are included on the concept plan included in Exhibit B, and I just want to generally walk through them utilizing this slide. So the portions of the structure that front Estero are consistent with the height requirement. So the beach club will meet the Village District requirements of 3 stories and 40 feet. And then the enhanced water feature and landscaping and the public restaurant will meet the 3 stories and 30 feet requirement in the land development code. What that does is ensure the human scale that is described in your community design element. So anyone driving their car down Estero or walking down Estero Boulevard will be greeted by a 3-story building consistent with the land development code, ensuring that human scale. It also shields the perspective immediately adjacent to the pedestrian of those taller residential towers. Now, based on the correspondence I have received that came to council, I want to clarify that there are 2 residential towers, and there are only 2 points where we are asking for 15 stories above parking and 235 feet. Those are represented by the large rectangular squares near Shell Mound and then on the western side of the property south of our new proposed road. As you get closer to Estero, the height drops. The residential tower closest to Estero is proposed to be 9 stories. That's that very small rectangle closest to Estero. Same thing in the northwest corner at the intersection of Denora and the new road. It's 9 stories. And so we have a situation of varying height to ensure that we're not overcrowding the property, we're not overshading the property. And to that point, if you look in the left-hand corner, there is an angle of the shade provided from June to December, so you can see where the sunshade would occur during that time of year. And I want to note that because of the immediate north-south orientation of the property, our shading is less than it would be in any other location within the town, because we're not angled towards the east or west. Next slide, please. So, to kind of put it into perspective, Policy 4C4 states that view corridors will be prioritized. We are providing 310 feet of view corridor, and we have requested a height of 205 feet, in addition to all of the other public benefits that we will discuss throughout this presentation. So it is my professional opinion that the height deviation is consistent with Policy 4C4 of the town's comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. When the text of the development agreement is combined with the conceptual plan, we are ensuring that the height is appropriately tiered and oriented towards the existing mixed-use location south of Shell Mound Drive between Estero Boulevard. You just talked about the arts building. We know the fire department used to be there. That section of the town is within a 17-foot VE zone, and so height will very much exceed that 30 feet that's outlined in the land development code. And then I talked about shade already and the human scale, so we can move on to the next slide. Another deviation that we are requesting that had quite a bit of conversation around it was the floor area ratio. So the floor area ratio in your comprehensive plan, Policy 4C2, is for commercial development. As I mentioned, this project is primarily residential. However, policy 4B2 identifies commercial uses as retail, office, a restaurant, RV parks, hotels and resorts, churches, and civic buildings. So our initial design did not include a restaurant, and it did not include public membership to the beach club. As soon as we added those elements, we had to consider FAR because our main structure on the north side of Estero and the beach club became mixed use. So we have two asks related to floor area ratio. The first is that we not be required to count the structured parking, the 2 stories of structured parking, in FAR. That is because when you consider the flood elevation of 17 feet with a, oh, my mind just went blank. The 3-foot,
Freeboard.
thank you, freeboard, appreciate that. The 3 feet of freeboard, you have 20 feet that is best utilized as parking because we can't enclose it for commercial or residential uses. And then we are also asking to increase the FAR from 1.2 to 1.5, and that is to accommodate the square footage associated with the commercial and the multifamily residential. I also want to clarify, single family is not included in FAR, so those 4 units on the north side are not included in the FAR calculations. With regard to this request and the underlying future land use categories, they both, the boulevard and the mixed residential both expressly state that redevelopment is not to increase commercial intensity. And I want to be very clear that we are not. The RV park in its entirety was a commercial use, and that is obviously going away. We are asking for that multifamily residential to be our primary use. We have agreed to an additional restriction regarding our rentals. So they will be for 1 month in length and only 3 times per year. So we're very much eliminating that transient nature and the intensity of that turnover that used to occur in this section of the island, consistent with the discussion that we heard last week. Next slide, please. The remaining deviations are to promote design flexibility to address the comprehensive plan and the village district that were approved in 1999 and 2003 as it relates to the floodplain today. So again, I mentioned that we can't enclose the ground floor for those commercial and residential supporting uses. So that means we can only shield our parking with landscaping and vegetation, public art, and other frangible features. We are asking to increase the building setbacks. We want to be able to provide new sidewalks, maintain existing sidewalks, while also ensuring that we have appropriate landscaping and shade trees. We cannot do that with a 0 to 10 foot build-to line. When you consider the public parks that are being provided, we cannot meet building frontage. Those take away from the percentage. And so we're asking to eliminate that as well so that we can have these public gathering features. And same thing with increasing the street corner setback for the same reason. You just heard the conversation regarding Margaritaville and their signage having some issues. We want to push the building back off the corner so we're not in the same situation. And then last but certainly not least is that pattern book that I talked about previously. We would like to utilize that for the conceptual architectural design standards because again, this is a concept of what we would like to do. We do not have structural engineering plans yet for the building. And as a result, we do not have formal architectural elevations. So that pattern book will ensure when those architectural elevations come in, there's consistency between what you're reviewing today and what moves forward through the process. So those were the technical highlights that we wanted to hit in terms of clearing up some of the issues and some of the changes we made between the LPA meeting and today. With that, I would ask Matt to come back up and discuss with you the other benefits offered by the project and also the stakeholder meetings that we've had to date.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Tina. I don't know why I just don't let her talk. She's much better at this than I am. So, Matt Price, Seagate Development, owner, developer, CEO. What else do you want me to say? Are we good? All right.
Expert.
Expert, etc. Okay. So we can go to the next slide. I think the next slide shows one more. Where are we? Public benefits. There we are. Go one more. I just want to show the overall slide of the one more. Close enough. We can start here. So one of the one of the things I really wanted to do is, again, to my detriment, probably I read every comment online because I do take this stuff very seriously, and I understand there are people that have issues with this project. So I try to at least take anyone's point of view into account and address as much as I can within the development scope of what we presented. And I just want to give a quick history of how this project came about and some of the changes we made through to get to the public benefits we are, because I think it would be helpful for everyone in the town to understand that this process has been going on for a while, and there has been a lot of comments that have been taken into discussion. When this project originally started, it took a while to purchase the property, going through the process that we did. We were working with town staff on what exactly we were allowed to do by right. And interestingly enough, that process took 7 months? 7 months, just to find out what we were allowed to do on the site. Now, that's nobody's fault. Everyone went through the inn, and we were all obviously trying to dig our way out of that. But it was such a complicated process just to find out what we were allowed to do by right. And then also with FEMA coming in and flood being an issue, that just to find out what we were able to do is 7 months. During that process, we kind of figured out what we were able to do, but we had some questions. We were working with staff, but we also looked at what we thought we were able to do and said, maybe this isn't the best use of the ground. We should take a look at more of a broader view of what we would like to develop on the site, and with some ideas. So I brought some pretty preliminary block diagrams individually to most of council, some of LPA, some people on staff, and showed, and pretty much everyone threw up on them. They hated them. I had promised Fran, who I think is sitting in the audience here, that I'd try to keep as much as I could off the beach. The beach was important to her. The beach having an open look to it, people being able to see the beach, that was very important to Fran. So I tried to take that and say, okay, what if I put all the units on the bay side? What would that look like? And so our first plan didn't go great. Got a lot of suggestions, some from staff. That road on the plan north of the property has to go through. It was part of the comp plan in the beginning, and the vision of the town. Having that road in was very important, and going to be paramount to getting anything approved development-wise on this. And people ask me the question, what if you build by right what you're allowed to build? That road is still there. There is still a connection that is necessary by right to put that road on Plan North side. So I could not put that connection in, even if I built by right. That has been asked. Now it's answered that road would need to go in. So obviously that road there adds a little bit of agita for a developer. Everyone likes to work within nice rectangles or boxes, and putting a line through it certainly cuts back on what we're allowed to do. So we started filling in the units. Some of the other comments we got, they wanted to increase the corridors. We had a little bit more on the beach. There was a quest to even get a little bit bigger corridors on the beach. Public parks and biking areas, walk areas. They wanted more interconnectivity. Again, this was just a box diagram, but even at the beginning, there was a lot of comments that we needed interconnectivity. We need public areas. If you're even thinking of doing something like this, this is the direction we want you going. There were a couple comments on accessing Matanzas Pass. Fran always allowed access to Matanzas Pass, even if it was an underlying agreement, or maybe it was just a handshake because she's a woman of her word. But they allowed Matanzas Pass and the association to access there, use their maintenance from there, and then the public to go through and access the site there. So that was important. Public restaurant came up a lot. Mostly people from Mid and South Island. Not a lot of people from the north are asking for public restaurants. Totally understand. But you take Mid Island down, there is a huge need for restaurants, and that was a big ask. As Tina got in, that complicated our project, because then FAR becomes a calculation. But she explained that a lot better than I could. And then there was a discussion about stopping traffic, and is there a way to do a connectivity with a pedestrian walkover? I've talked about that pedestrian walkover many times, how we got to a public and then we went to private because private allowed us to put a lot more area for the public on the green space and the walking area, and we didn't know how many people would actually go up and go over, especially Mid-Island. Margaritaville's a little bit different case, a lot more people down there walking across the street all the time. So there was a discussion, and we ended up making that private deeper. So then we have our first public meeting after a couple interviews that I did, showing the plan, tweaking the plan, and there was significant stuff that came up in that public meeting. One of them was rentals. Not something that I thought people were as passionate about on this island. I learned my lesson. I've had very long conversations with a lot of people on this island about rentals. Some people are very against it. Some of the business owners really love it. I made a comment at one of our public meetings that the HOA is probably not going to allow rentals anyway, so I am no issue with limiting rentals. That went over pretty well. We got with staff, sat down, and we had, in that case, daily rentals, and I asked staff, what would be good language to put into the development agreement? And I don't want to blame staff. This isn't a blame staff thing. They gave us language. We looked at it. We put it in the development agreement. Everyone seemed okay with it until it was made public, and then there was an issue. You said no rentals. We talked a lot about that at the LPA agreement. We've changed that language and even further tweaked it. I think the LPA members seem to be okay with it to where we got in that meeting. We actually put it even more of a limitation, Tim, on number of months. So hopefully that gets us past the rentals. Again, I've tried to be very open in this process, so I apologize to anyone in the public if they thought I misled in that area, but truth be told, that's not who I am, and if that happened, I want to make sure that I apologize to anyone out there for that. The improvements on Denora. Had a lot of public comment in our meeting on Denora. A lot of neighbors in Denora coming over, shaking our hand, talking to us. Not all of them were for or against the project, but a lot of them had some pretty good ideas. The access on Denora we were showing 6 drives into Denora. That was an architect just putting pictures on a piece of paper, and it really got a lot of comments. We cut those we cut those access points to 2 for our residents to come out onto Denora, and then we do have some service access. Again, all this stuff was talked about at LPA. I'm sure we can go back into it if people want to. That situation was talked about a lot at LPA, but point being is that we got a lot of Denora neighbors comfortable with the access. We also talked about a bus stop. There is a bus stop right around there for some of the kids. There are some kids that live back on Shellman and Denora, and we had talked about having the bus pull off in our pickup lane and drop off lane for the restaurant during school hours, to be able to use that as a bus stop. A lot of residents like that idea. Have to get approval from Lee County on that, but I can't imagine that they would push back on that. Let's see here. We got the rentals. We actually had a request for a written easement from our friends at Matanzas Pass. We are completely okay with that. We were already giving public access to that, but they wanted to cement a easement for themselves and not just through public. We were fine with making an agreement with them. We're very happy with that. We've also talked about putting some signage through the property, some informational signage for Matanzas Pass, if anyone wants to use that as nature walk through to help them throughout the project, for directional signage plus informational signage, which we thought was great. Then we met with staff and went through our agreement again after that public benefit. Again, agreed to a lot of this stuff with staff in the discussions. Then we went to the LPA. Tina hit on a lot of the LPA changes that we made, so I won't belabor that. But what I'm trying to show through this process and opening the doors to everybody out there is that this process has been ongoing. There's been a lot of comments from a lot of different people in this room, sitting in this room. I have given my cell phone number out. I've agreed to meet with anyone who'd asked me to meet. I've answered every email, text message, phone call. I got a phone call yesterday from the ladies at the artsy right over there, and they had some comments. We're going to do some public art. We talked about maybe getting them involved, and then maybe there could be some other interesting relationships between our project and theirs next door. So again, this has been an ongoing process. We've tried to do this open and honest as possible. I am who I am. Not many secrets in a room I'm in. I talk loud anyway, so the joke is I have my Jersey whisper still. I get that from my mother. So this is the project we're presenting. I think that this project is the right project for Fort Myers Beach. I think that I understand the pushback. I really do. I understand that other people may have a different vision of the island that I have, and I completely get it. But I do think with Ian and then the last two storms, I think it's becoming clearer and clearer that this island has to be different to survive going forward. Now, the next 5 years, yes, everything will be fine. I'm not here saying the island's going to be bankrupt next Tuesday if this project doesn't get approved. It won't. But I will say that eventually this island has to change. And I think there's a unique opportunity for the island to work with local developers in this process who are here and are meeting and are answering questions and are tweaking their designs through a process. Because if this doesn't go through and some of these others don't go through, developers aren't going to give up. They're just going to get less recognizable. You'll be working through attorneys. You'll be working through letters. And it happens everywhere. And it's beachfront property and it's going to get developed. And I just hope that council will look at this as a jumping off point to, look, not everything on the island has to look like this. Not everything on the island is going to look like what London Bay is trying to do. Not everything on the island is going to look like some of these other arches. But there are certain points on the island, there are certain pieces of ground that are screaming for out-of-the-box thinking of development. And those out-of-the-box thinking on those pieces of ground will be able to, the rest of the town to fill in to what I think is what some of the other people have as a vision of the town. And as opposed to what I think some of these people fear, which is if this gets approved or something else gets approved, then now we're Clearwater. And I think that just because of being a developer on this town and understanding values, it's impossible with how the island is broken up in the pieces of ground that it is. To try to consolidate all those pieces of ground, small commercial uses, small residential uses into one and build these huge projects, time, money, risk, it's just not worth it. The only time is it worth it is on some of these bigger pieces of ground. And I think it's time for council to take that step to understand that this is maybe where we're going. So I hope you take that into consideration when you make your decision. Now I'm going to let Tina get up and talk about some more, I don't know. I'll let her get up. The passionate part's gone. Now she gets to get into her part.
Thank you, Matt. Again, for the record, Tina Ekblad. As I was sitting there, I realized I do not have the slides numbered, so I apologize. If we could go back to slide 10, which is, yeah. Matt did touch on the public benefits, and so I'm not going to belabor these points. I am going to point out two additional things, which is my testimony earlier. Thank you, Mark, for monitoring the chatter online. It apparently came across like I was indicating that height is measured from the ground. I am very aware that it is not. It is measured from base flood. The point I was trying to make is that base flood at the front of this property and the old fire district property is 17 feet. When you combine it with 3 feet of freeboard, that's 20 feet, and then you're measuring your 30, which gives you a grand total of 50. Additionally, your code allows exceptions for an additional 5 feet and an additional story. So what I was trying to convey here is that the perception that we keep hearing that it's 30 feet only isn't quite accurate when we look at what those federal regulations are and how it needs to be constructed. So I apologize for that misconfusion. I also testified that under policy 4C4, the view corridors were the primary element for the building height, but that there were other public benefits that needed to be considered. And that is entirely accurate, particularly when you're looking at the other deviations that we are asking for. And so this page 10 and page 11 has outlined those public benefits with the comprehensive plan policies and objectives that they relate back to. And so one of the other things that we've heard is, we don't know what the public benefits are. That may be true from the perspective of, if you give this benefit, you get X thing in your development package. But your comprehensive plan is very clear about the vision that it wants to achieve. And we have tried to weave that into this proposal so that when we're balancing these new federal floodplain requirements, we're still meeting that intent. And so I wanted to ensure that you had these two slides for reference so that you understand the level of thought and consideration to your visioning documents that went into this redevelopment plan. As we move forward, we do have a couple of architectural elevations on slides 13 through 18. If we just want to scroll through those very quickly. Everyone has seen those. They have not changed since the public meetings. Some of you referenced that you were at our stakeholder meeting at Diamond Head. Those were there on boards. We did have a website that was up. Matt has held several interviews with various media agencies. And then, of course, we've had this public hearing process. And so if we advance now to slide 19, the overall comprehensive plan consistency of the project. Based on my earlier testimony and Matt's testimony, it is my professional opinion that you can find the proposed development agreement with its exhibits consistent with the town's comprehensive plan. The public benefits offered support the requested deviations as well as the comprehensive plan and that visioning document, whether it's in the backup materials in the text or the specific goals, objectives, and policies. This process is quasi-judicial, and per the adopted development agreement process, that means it is tantamount and commensurate with a plan development. So you can consider those deviations consistent with that process. Moving ahead to slide 20, it is also my professional opinion that our request is consistent with the procedures outlined for a development agreement. You heard your town attorney identify that checklist of.
Could I stop you just for a second? Could we have Jason, while you're talking, Jason, could you go through the renderings a little slower? For the folks at home, you just went through those about 1 second each, just so people can have a better
Sure.
sense while you're talking, what these renderings look like. Just maybe spend about 20 seconds on each of those slides so folks at home can see what we're seeing here. So I'm sorry, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Jason, for your reference, they start on 13. So with regard to the development agreement, as your town attorney stated, there are that checklist of 17 items. The text of the development agreement addresses those 17 items. And then the exhibits give kind of the geographical references and some of the additional limitations. We got some comments that, you know, how does this all work? And again, we're expecting this to be approved as a comprehensive package. If for some reason you find a discrepancy between the applicant's materials and the development agreement is the most current. We may have some tweaks between the project narrative and the development agreement before you. It's the development agreement that will ride today. And then last, but certainly not least, I believe Matt had a few more comments regarding the economic impact of the project, and then that would conclude our presentation in chief. I would request of council the opportunity to address whatever we hear from public comment as briefly as possible.
We're on the last page, guys. There we are. Okay. So one of the questions kept coming up to me from people on the outside, and a couple other people on the economic impact of the project. I've been careful to stay away from this because just like when stuff was asked about me is why don't you show everyone what you can build, you know, to me this is icing on the cake as opposed to the real point we're trying to push. But I was asked to present this, so I would. The 2024 tax bill, we paid $588. I can't see anymore, guys. $588,454 in real estate taxes. The town portion of that is $134,539. Oh, my eye doctor will be happy. I can read it. The projected tax receipts at full build out. Now, this is when all the condos are sold, et cetera. The estimate is about $8.2 million of real estate tax payments. And again, the town only gets a portion of that, so just want to make sure that everyone understands. So that would be about $1.9 million a year. And again, that's something that could obviously change. I don't know exactly what things are going to sell for, conservative estimates, but just as a starting point. So that would be a yearly tax benefit to the town as it comes in on real estate taxes. And then permit fees, $2.3 million. Again, an estimate. We'd have to go through the project in the town. We also have the impact fees that'll be paid. Again, not something that we can do. So we tried to put an estimate that kind of gave everyone an idea of how much revenue the town will bring in for this project, just as a high point, just so everyone can understand the benefit analysis of this project getting built versus not getting built. So with that, we're done. We're good. We're gonna end, and I'm gonna ask if council has any questions. Do they want to go in, or are we doing public benefit, or?
How would you guys like to do? Would you like to ask the questions based on the presentation, or would you like to go through the deviation or the development agreement?
Yeah, we can do
first?
the
Or would
I
you
don't know.
rather hear
I
from
don't know if you want to hear from the public, and then.
I'm okay with any direction, but
I'm ready for some questions.
okay, let's go
But
through
that's
the
just me,
questions.
that's just me.
I think let's go through the. I think that way the public, if they have comments, if we go through the questions based on your presentation, and then go through briefly like we did. Or like we did with the
Totally
LPA and
fine.
the
Yeah,
development agreement.
I'm okay.
That way, all the information's out there for the public to make comments,
Yep.
then they can make their comments, and if you have rebuttals, you can.
I think that works for us. In the development agreement, we went through that very, very with a fine tooth comb on LPA. Do we just want to do questions from council, like page one? Any questions, page two?
I think that's what we'll do. I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
I think that
Understood.
we're not gonna go line by line, but if then someone has, instead of trying to jump around with questions.
That's
I
fine.
think we could get
I
their message.
think that's fair. So do we want to start with the development agreement, or do you want to jump
Let's
into
do the
questions?
questions on your presentation first.
Got it.
If you're okay with
That'd be great.
You ask the question, you can go first.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good morning, Mr. Price. Probably will be afternoon by the time we're done. But
I
I
thought
would
we'd
say,
be done by now. I don't know.
I had a pile of notes last night at home and just with various questions, so I typed them up and so when I ask these questions, they're not necessarily in order of importance.
Okay.
But they could be. I mean, but it's sort of random in that sense. I just don't want folks to think that somehow this is somehow ranked or whatever. But they are to me important to a lot of different constituencies that I've talked to since this has been proposed. I first wanted to thank the LPA. I thought the vetting that they did was very informative. I thought their questions were very helpful to me. I'm sure they were to my fellow counselors. They took a lot of time in this, and I do very much appreciate their efforts. First question, the Fort Myers Beach Art Association, which is at 3030 Shell Mountain Boulevard, literally right across the street from one of your main buildings.
Yes.
I always look for opportunities for symbiotic relationships, and for your new owners, they would literally or potentially have an art gallery next door. They could take classes. There's lectures. There's exhibits, shows for your new owners. If you partnered with them, you'd have the opportunity to have input on their building design, which again, right across the street from your building. You could have naming rights, a long-term relationship that could benefit your owners, and of course, it would benefit one of our premier cultural organizations. Can I know this was kind of sprung on you because I happened to run into Star when I was touring the property yesterday, literally by chance. And although I don't think anything's by chance, I would say I know you had a chance to talk yesterday, but can you give us a little bit? Can you give us an idea of, in a more concrete way, for the record, in your mind? I know you've not had a lot of time to think about it, and hopefully you'll have some time before second reading. How that partnership could work and how it could be enhanced.
Sure. Yes, I did get a chance to speak with Star. I believe she's going to speak at public comment. I don't want to take too much of her thunder, but we did have a great conversation. We had already agreed to some public art throughout the project, so one of the easy first steps to get a relationship going would be to have them have significant input in that. We've also talked about at the LPA allowing the town in on the design of all the parks. I think bringing them into the process, Jim, would be an interesting process as well. I also did talk to her. We are working with a lot of people on the island, people that are looking to build their buildings, working with the women's group, a couple other people, just starting the process in the beginning of having them understand to get through the development process. Star and I are going to put something on a calendar about discussing if my team can help her with that in her building. A lot of people run into the same issues of what is the cost, and they design a building before going through the cost. As a developer, we price things as we go through. So I'd love to hear more about what they're trying to do, Jim, and so we're going to get a meeting on the books, and we talked about that yesterday, and I'm looking forward to meeting with them. But obviously, we've tried to help a lot of nonprofits on the island. We've been working with them as just like we would any other nonprofit. But I agree with you. There's a lot of synergy. They're next door, makes a lot of sense, and I just need to understand what they're really trying to do and get to.
I appreciate that, and hopefully by second reading, you'll have a little bit more clarity on the potential for that relationship.
Sure,
and you can share those.
I'd love it. Again,
I know it just happened yesterday.
Yeah, we just talked for 25 minutes yesterday, and it was great to get to know her, and looking forward to meeting her and her team,
Very good.
and introducing them to my team.
As you know, we've got 7 miles of beautiful beaches on Fort Myers Beach, and you can literally go from one walk, well, you could until, you will be able to again after beach renourishment. You could walk literally from one end of the island to the other. And we have more beach accesses than one can imagine, and it really democratizes our beaches. But one of the things that's challenging for the south end and mid-island is the lack of public restrooms. And I was concerned after the LPA hearing that I did not hear that the public restrooms as part of your beach club would be available to the public. And I was concerned particularly with the park there. And again, so many folks walk up and down the beach. Prior to Ian, you could stop on the beach if you had to at the Wyndham or the Outrigger or Newton Park. And again, these weren't traditional public restrooms at the Wyndham and the Outrigger, but they were always very kind and let people use their restrooms. It would be a huge help to those folks who are walking along the beach or using the park if you could make your restrooms available or make restrooms available to the public. And another thing that's challenging along the beach is the lack of drinking fountains. And in that park, if we could make sure, or part of that restroom complex, we could have a drinking fountain for not just the public, of a normal bubbler, as some folks would call it, but also to fill your water bottle, but also a lower drinking fountain for dogs and so forth. And that, to me, would be a public benefit that would really be a public benefit to everyone here on Fort Myers Beach, not just the residents, but those who visit as well. And I wondered if you could give that some serious consideration and have some kind of a proposal for second reading for that kind of a dynamic.
Sure. So, and again, I've been open and honest about both ways, if we can do something or not. It is going to be tough to do that. We've run into issues. Obviously, FEMA has made this really tough on us. What about some kind of access to a restroom across the Stero? Would that suffice, or are you really
I think the
pushing-
restroom needs to be on the beach side of the property, and I think, and the mayor's better at this because is a builder, but I know Margaritaville did some unique construction work to make their restrooms available and make them FEMA friendly.
Well, the only problem
Yeah,
is they're in a different flood zone.
Okay.
Right.
So
Well,
to be able to do what Margaritaville has done on that side of the road where they're located is impossible because of.
But
the
maybe
beach
there's
zone.
an opportunity for a portable restroom or something. You'd want it to be nice, obviously.
Tell you what, why don't we go through some of these questions, and if I could have a couple minutes with my team, maybe
Sure.
we could come back to that.
Very fair, very
Okay.
fair. But that to me is a very important issue, particularly with your interfacing with the public beach. What would this development look like if you were denied additional height, I'm sorry, not height, health. If you were denied additional height, Do you?
Was that a Freudian slip?
No, it's not. It's not. But I mean, there's a lot of, I know you
Sure.
don't want to show
Yeah.
renderings and all that.
So-
but could you just sort of talk us through what it would look like if it was just built with the traditional confines of the comp plan?
Right. So, chances are, what we would probably do is maximize. At that point, we would have to maximize everything we put on the beach. And we'd probably have to work within if we came with a PD, then we would probably ask for more units. Just at that point, probably. Again, I'd have to look into this. But if we built a plan we're allowed to build right now, we could do with architectural 4 on the beach and then 3 off the beach, right? So 4 stories high and then 3 stories high. That's in our allowable. They're in our allowable plan to build.
So you're allowed 4 stories on the beach.
On the beach side,
and then
correct.
3 stories.
Yes. Now there would have to be some architectural setback of the top floor, which we would be able to do. I keep hitting this.
That 4
Not
story,
good with my
that
hands.
4 stories on the beach would be, I mean, there would be a lot of massing of that because that's
Correct.
the most ideal location. for it.
Correct. We would have to at that point. We would have a 50-foot view corridor, which is what we need to do per the existing zoning, and we would have a 50-foot view corridor, and then we'd build probably everything on the beach. We'd have to maximize the value there, and then we'd have to fit all the units on the backside. So we have the ability to do hotel units on probably a 2.5 multiple on the sizing of the units that we would do. So we would get 352, somewhere around there, 352 hotel units. So we would run hotel calculations. We can still do the number of units that we have. We would look to see what is the best way to maximize the value at that point.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, just
Sure.
so I understand the economics of this. So if you had to build this traditionally, you would lean more towards a hotel concept than the residential?
I don't know. I'd have to run it both ways,
But
but
it would certainly become a possibility
it
when otherwise
would
be?
become a possibility. And in all honesty, it's probably not a project for my team. I mean, at that point, we may be able to go work on entitlements or if they need something else, but that's not a project that Seagate builds or wants to be a part of. I mean, it's just not what our wheelhouse is. At that point, you're talking about probably trying to cut as much cost out of the project and ram as many units in there. So I would assume that if us or another developer would do that, anyone would be asking for more units, because at that point it would become a cost play, and it's going to be how many units can you jam in versus what can you build them for, and then what can you sell them for.
I've heard a number of concerns from residents that are concerned about being in the shade as a result of your height. Have you done a shade study?
We have. There are some members in the crowd here that I had offered to meet with them. There were a couple of people in Denora that had that question.
Can you give us just a 10,000-foot overview of that shade study?
Sure. So we did shade study at a couple times out of the year. That's how shade studies are. Typically, it's a couple times out of the year, and then you do it at 10 a.m., noon, 3 p.m. You kind of spread it out, and you see how the shading is, and it's relatively minimal impact on most of the neighbors. In fact, the people that get the most shade in most of the year is our houses that we're building in the back. Again, shade studies are always complicated too, because I could buy a house and I'm not in the shade, and then my neighbor could sell his house and build a 3-story house next to me, and then I'm in the shade. So we did do a shade study, and if that's something that people want us to make public, I don't mind making that public.
When you
People can do it online. I know people have. They've gone on Google. I mean,
when you have conveyed the shade study to the neighboring residents, what's been the reaction?
Not much of a reaction, to be honest, Jim. I mean, the 3 that I met with after the LPA meeting, I have not had that meeting yet. Others that I've showed the shade study to, it's been not much of a reaction. I think.
I mean, does it allay people's concerns?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I think it may just move them on to the next point.
You've addressed this before, but I wanted to just make sure we're clear, because I did watch that public meeting where you talked about rentals not being in the equation. And I appreciate your clarification on that, but is there a way, I mean, I think a number of people took a sigh of relief when they heard that. And are we now on a month-to-month, or I'm sorry, a 30-day or 1 month limit with only 3 rentals a year? Is that where we're at?
That's correct. And again, I've been asking around. I've gotten brokers involved, other HOAs, to try to come to a conclusion. Because again, that is something that I didn't think I'd be up at final meeting talking about rentals, but here we are. But what I tried to do is move in a direction, and what I wanted to do is come to council with something that was even a little bit more restrictive than what we even agreed to in LPA, to show that we understand it was an issue and we tried to.
Is your goal to have folks be able to rent to some individual or entity for the whole season?
I think my goal is to make it similar to similar product in town, because again, whether it's Alex King or someone else going to sell these units, it needs to make sense on the rental direction. And again, this is something that is going to be agreed upon into the future. And if anything needs to change, we would have to come back into town and get approval. So maybe not next Tuesday, maybe not 2 years from now, but there may be a time where someone would want to rent their place to a season. I'll give an example. My father and I, we rent a house on the beach up at the Jersey Shore. We're the only people that rent from this gentleman. He rents it 1 month out of the year, July, and we rent it for July. And so.
Yeah, and I don't think that would cost.
I think that's kind of where we're going with it, is that there may be an opportunity like that where someone would want to do that.
You could consider, you might consider renting, limiting the rentals to once or twice a year?
I think we're at 3 now.
It's actually in the development agreement.
Yeah.
Where it's 30-month minimum and only 3 per year.
Right, we limited it to 3. That was something we added even after the LPA agreement.
I think that gave a lot of people some peace when they heard that, and I think
Okay.
if the closer we can get to maybe once every 6 months or once annually, I think that would just enhance people's thought that this is gonna be a very quiet, stable neighborhood. Just some thoughts. The park, if you look at the aerial view of the park, and this may not be fair, but it looks like it's more roundabout than park or turnaround. Is there a way to have it look like more park and less turnaround? And
So-
who's requiring this turnaround, and why does it look
So
so
the
emphasized?
turnaround was there for, what I didn't want to do is show a green piece of ground right there and then come back and say Lee County is making us do access on this side of the building. In order to do that, we need to put a turnaround. So remember that park I was going to give you, Lee County is saying they can't do it. There could be a chance that Lee County doesn't make us put an access on that side, or fire could get involved in that decision. Again, that's something that may be out of our hands. So instead of over-promising, I under. Now, I would have people go and take a look, because there are trees that kind of line that diagonal area, so you can kind of make out how big that property is going to be, even with a roundabout there. And it is a significant piece of ground before you get to the beach. It does widen up even past that, and I have some pictures of that, and people go out and take a look at it. But there is enough room for public amenities there, and we agreed with the LPA that it's probably fair for us to have to put some of those public amenities out there, and that's one thing that I look forward to working with staff in the town on.
And would we potentially be able to see something on second reading that just shows a little bit of that transformation?
I think, I mean, we could try to put some pictures together, but I'll talk to my team on that.
One of the things that was raised at the LPA hearing that I thought was really interesting, and I was looking at it yesterday, is when you're headed south on Estero and you need to turn into your complex, that third turn lane goes away for a while, and I guess what I want to make sure I have a sort of on the record an agreement on is that if you don't have that third turn lane, that could really back up traffic on Estero.
Sure.
And it looks like you guys just make it, but at the same time, if there's a need to expand that third lane, and that requires you providing an easement to the county or handling those costs,
Sure.
Are you in agreement that you'd be willing to make those adjustments to accommodate any traffic concerns on Estero?
Yes, so as part of the LPA agreement, we made an agreement to not only pay impact fees, but to pay off-site mitigation for any kind of approvals that would be needed in a DO process. Neither us nor the town have control over that because that's a Lee County road, so they're going to be part of it. Luckily, I was out there this weekend. That turn lane ends right at where our entrance is, so it's close. I don't know if they're going to make us extend it, but certainly I would assume that Lee County would look at that in the development order process, and if they do make us do it, we've agreed to pay those costs. I think it's probably certainly beneficial for the project that we do it, but we just don't have the control. That's Lee County's road. It would shock me if Lee County didn't take that into account, approving our project. But again, that's something that'll come from them, not us. So.
Your colleague said this morning that you've got this view corridor on the bay side.
Yes.
I was walking the property and I tried to get to the bay, and I don't even think Bear Grylls could make it through the vegetation and the rough terrain to get to the bay. Explain how that view corridor on the bay side works.
So I didn't write the code, but the code expressly says that any sight lines to the to Mantanzas Pass, which isn't necessarily does not exclude vegetation, and I believe you go to jail for a long time if you cut that type of vegetation down. So I'm not going to touch that vegetation, but there is a walkway back there. And that's something that the Mantanzas Pass Association is working on, trying to get that cleaned out eventually as they go through. And I believe there's actually a dock at the end of that. So that's something that we fully support them on, but that is not our property. It's the association's and Lee County's property, and there's nothing we can do to go on that. Once that boardwalk hits, that's not ours.
So none of your owners would have access to the bay in the sense if they wanted to launch a kayak or anything.
Well, anyone in the public would be allowed to use that once it's usable, Mr. Vice Mayor. But right now, I don't think it's probably open. I think that it's probably shut off access there because it needs to be fixed up from the hurricanes.
Assuming any environmental concerns could be addressed, would Seagate be open to a water ferry stop there at that property? Water taxi, really water ferry.
At the end of that dock?
No, just anywhere in your bay area, wherever it makes the most sense to put it.
Yes, again, we don't own any of those mangroves, but we already are given a public easement on that piece of ground. So if we want to write in the development agreement that developer will not push back on or will agree to, I don't know, staff, what we would have to put in there, but.
I just want to make sure that there's an opportunity for a water ferry if we develop an extensive system.
I won't stand in the way of that, and if I have to put that in writing, I will.
That could be helpful, thanks. And any other environmental concerns with respect to the development along the bay side there that you've addressed and want to talk about?
I don't think so, just that we're trying to be very good neighbors to Mantanzas Pass, and we obviously think that is a big portion of our property. It's a big chunk of ground that we're opening up to the public.
I heard some shading concerns from some folks on the bay environmental impact. Did your shading study show that?
It really doesn't go that far back in Mantanzas. The times of the year, it more covers our property. Now, again, at 5 o'clock, there'll be some shading. There always is anywhere, but it's not going to be the hours and hours that were originally discussed.
This road that really could, in essence, be in a very enhanced bike path behind your property or through your property. You say that it would have to be a road regardless of what track you developed, but it wasn't a road under the Red Coconut.
It was not. It was not a road that was passable through the Red Coconut, or at least it was private. As part of the underlying 15 units per acre approval, that's where that road access comes in, because as part of that, those entitlements that were written, and Tina, you can talk more eloquently about this, but do you want to just explain that a little?
Well, let's, before we get in the weeds, and I know this is speculative, but I've got to ask it. I know you have an interest in the property to the north of yours, But would that road then continue through that property as well, so we could have a bike path that could
My,
continue?
my
out there?
understanding is that staff is going to make any approval on that property contingent upon that road going through to keep into the village zoning. Sarah, I don't know if you.
Have you had any further discussions with staff regarding how that bike path would then continue on north? Has staff mulled on that at all? Or
At this time, there is no connection to Lover's Lane. That is an option, that is an item that we've brought up, that there is no way to get all the way through to Lover's Lane, and that needs to be something that the town is considering.
Got it, all right, for another day.
For today.
Just briefly on the proposed restaurant, do you, and I know you're just in the sort of the beginnings of all this, but is there gonna be indoor and outdoor seating, and how many people, if it was at capacity, could the restaurant seat?
There will be indoor and outdoor. Whoa, that was loud. There will be indoor and outdoor seating. Do we have any idea yet on
8,500 square feet, indoor.
it'll be a significant amount. I'll get you
Could you
that.
see what he said on the mic, through the microphone?
He said there'd be at least 8,500 square feet of indoor seated space, so it'll be a significant restaurant.
And I'm almost done here, Mr. Mayor. Can you talk briefly about how you're financing the project, and will progress be measured in how many advanced sales you have of the condos? And can you also discuss, this is a terrible way to put it, but can you discuss how your financing is superior to others, or at least how the town should take comfort in the fact that you're unlikely to have financial issues midway through the project? And then discuss the timeline as you discuss the financing piece.
Lots to unpack there. Okay. First things first, one of the reasons we designed the project the way we did is we're a developer and we understand how projects go on. So if this was just one tower, pre-sales would be contingent upon, a percentage of those sales getting done. The ability to turn this into 2 towers allows a lower number of pre-sales to start. It's one of the reasons we did 2 towers, not 1. The other reason that we put the beach club on the beach and separated it is because what we'll probably end up doing, and what the plan is to build the beach club as quickly as possible. Use the beach club as the amenity to attract sales on the other side, and to start that process as a sales center, as a glorified sales center, as we ramp up to get people and members in. Then it would be to build the first tower. As the first tower's going, as sales get to over 50%, second tower starts. That's the game plan, Jim. So we have, probably about a year in final design on the towers and everything. So we'll be going through that as soon. Now we've started preliminary design, but until we get the entitlements, it's hard for us to pull the trigger on final design on towers we don't know we're allowed to build. The beach club is a little bit farther ahead in just planning, but again, the beach club is tied to the memberships of the towers, so it's really important for us to know the whole sandbox we're playing in. It's hard for us to get too far ahead on design when we don't know the sandbox.
Lastly,
Yes.
one of the view corridors is over your pool that's attached to the beach club, and I'm
Yes.
curious, what's the risk of that view corridor being diminished by the sort of the fencing that you're gonna have to surround that pool? Will it be transparent, or how do you maintain that view corridor when you have that pool there?
Sure. I mean, the game plan for us was to maintain it as much as possible. A lot of that'll happen in the development order process. There's not a lot of product that lives through that beach there, as a lot of people are seeing right now. So enhanced landscape and everything sounds great until a storm comes through and kills it all, and then you got to replant it. So I mean, people see what at Margaritaville, it is a lot more transparent, and it's done for a reason. Obviously, you have. So I think there'll be some transparency there, but I don't have final plans. We can talk about what that means, but the most important thing that to me was making sure that we had a view from the restaurant to the beach. That was brought up a bunch of times.
And on that point, Matt, is that you've got your beach club, and then you've got potential development
Yes.
to the south of that, which would probably be large homes.
Probably.
It seems like you're a bit sandwiched there, or especially if you're sitting at the restaurant, or you're driving down the street, or you're walking along the sidewalk. It seems like you're getting closed in on there. Is that just is that not fair?
I mean, I think there's 120 feet on both sides, so we kind of centered the building as much as we could, and we have the public side on one side and the private side on the other. So I think we did the best we could with trying to get
If
that.
you felt too squeezed, you could potentially give up one of those lots and just leave it open, right? If you bought those houses?
Oh, man.
I'm just, if
Yeah.
you get concerned about that.
Not a lot of
viewpoint-
secrets in Fort Myers Beach, are there? So, no, it's fine.
But that is a possibility, right?
Everything's possible. There already is a 10-foot access on each side. So there already is a 10-foot access on each side. One of the discussion points was, do we make that access go away or ask for that access to go away since we're providing one on the north side? And the discussion was, why wouldn't we just keep it? It'll add, because there's a buffer of 10 feet on our side. If we got rid of it, then the 10-foot buffer on the other side would go. Now there's a 10-foot on both sides. So there's actually a 20-foot buffer walkway on that side because of that access. We kept that access in place.
That's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor King, any questions?
Some water?
Well, I want to commend the vice mayor on
Yeah.
his thorough questioning, because it's obviously he was a congressional staffer up on the Hill in DC, and that's, in my honest opinion, how a lot of the public hearings should be, instead of gotcha moments, back and forth. So thank you. You took care of a couple of my questions. Matt, something that came up for me when meeting with staff on Thursday was, I think, the length of this development agreement before you want to get started. I think we're wanting you to, if we approve it, get started sooner.
Sure.
You're wanting to extend it out, and that
So
kinda is a
part of
concern.
that, John, is the issue that we need some permits that need to show that we have an agreement for this long, right? So we need to be able to show that the rules can't change on the ground for a certain amount of time. But I did hear a little bit of this since our meeting. People have reached out to me and talked to me about this, and I'm sure I may hear about this more as well. We've talked about it internally because I kind of figured this may come up, and I'm okay limiting the submittal of permits to at least submit some permit on the site within 5 years instead of the 10. It's not our intention to wait 10 years to develop. As I told everyone, we'd be broke, right? But there's also things that happen in development. I'll give you a couple of examples. COVID happened, and no one knew what that meant, and shut everything down. Hurricanes happened. We developed a project on Boca Grande. Great project, first season, great. Second and third season, worst red tide we've ever had in Southwest Florida. I'm sure some of you remember those years. Manatees, dolphins washing up on shore. Kind of tough to run a project when you got that stuff going on. So we've had a lot of natural disasters in Florida, and what I don't want to do is put the project in jeopardy based on a arbitrary timeline. But I understand, on the flip side, what the town's trying to do, and so I would be willing to commit submitting for permits down to a shorter time distance than just the former development agreement, if that alleviates some of your concerns.
Thank you. Vice Mayor answered a couple of the questions I already had on my mind, so thank you for that, Vice Mayor, as well, and I'm good for now.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Unlike Vice Mayor Adderhold, I have my notes on my phone, and so I'm not really reading text messages or anything like
That's
that. The first thing I want to say is I really respect and appreciate how you have listened to the LPA, how you listen to the residents and that type of thing, and trying to get all of this into one cohesive presentation. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people, if you've looked at the actual packet, but there's tons of strikeouts and additions and everything else that went through this whole process in a week. So I really do appreciate that. Couple of the questions that I had. Oh, great, now my phone has to, okay, here's me. Okay. We talked about the rentals that are taking place when originally you had said no rentals, but now it sounds like you're talking about very limited rentals, correct?
That is correct, Karen. Yes.
And 30 days minimum?
That's correct.
Okay. So I think that's really important, so that there's not gonna be a lot of transient, there's not gonna be a lot of overflow.
That
Traffic,
was the intention. And
that
when I
type of
made the
thing.
comment that I made, that was the point I was trying to get across. Again, I apologize for being as flippant as I was with that comment. I did not truthfully understand the impact of the words that I spoke then. I do now, believe me. I've heard a lot about that, and we tried to get to a place where it calmed at least most of the masses down, and also kind of fit it within where the market is for that type of space.
Okay. And then can you also just comment again, I know that you mentioned when you were presenting that on Denora, you went from 6 access points to 2?
That's correct. For our from the people that live in the tower, there's 2 points now. Correct.
But then is there also additional for like waste pickup?
There
and that
there
type
is.
of thing?
So we don't know the exact amount of that. Obviously, as a developer, I try to limit that to 1. But these buildings are very complicated to build, and sometimes there's not an easy way to make those commitments upfront until the buildings are designed. I can assure you that it's cheaper for me to build a building that only has 1 access point. Most trash pickup places, et cetera, like only one place. But sometimes, with the way the columns lay out and everything like that, it just becomes impossible. So what we're going to try to do is minimize it and make sure, and just hopefully the public understands that those pickups are very few, doesn't happen a lot, and we're going to try to keep that as much out of the public interaction as possible. But the goal is to try to limit that to 1, but there may be a point where there may be 1 on the north side, 1 on the south side. It just depends on final design.
Okay. The other question is about that turnaround space or the access to the beach club and that type of thing.
Yes.
I mean, if you didn't have, let me just ask you this. Do you really feel that fire and,
If I didn't have to build it, I wouldn't. I would make it all green space. I just wanted to be very upfront and honest that that could be a possibility that is needed, and I didn't want to come back. Oh, all right. No, that's okay. But what I didn't want to do was make a promise, show nice green space, and then come back and say I can't do anything about this. I had a similar moment like this at the LPA when we were discussing the restaurant. I was trying to be forward-thinking and reasonable and honest, and think like a developer thinks that, well, if the restaurant can only be half the size, maybe we need other uses. It was turned around a little bit, like I was trying to get out of it, which I really wasn't. That's what I'm trying to do here, guys. I'm trying to be as transparent and as open as possible. The last thing I want to do is give you my word and then go back on it because we lose everything. That's why I'm very careful talking about this rental process. I understand how upset some people got on it. I don't want to be there. I want you guys to be able to take my word as gospel, and that's why I put that on the plan.
awesome. I mean, just 2 more points. So I too was questioning the time frame.
Mm-hmm.
The 10 years, I was hoping for 5 or less, but you went through and explained that.
Yeah, and I'm okay, and we can work on, if by chance you guys push us to a second reading, I don't mind working with Tina and staff on language that gets everyone comfortable to cut that down on, at least on the submittal of permits, to get it to you guys before, if we get there.
And lastly, I didn't even think about this, but Vice Mayor Adderholt brought it up, the restrooms. And having, I know, sorry, but, you know, I know that I know we cannot build restrooms there. I mean, Margaritaville got in through a grandfather and that type of thing. But there are beautiful restroom, what do you call them? Trailers and trucks and
Comfort
all the
stations.
comfort stations, which could be amazing for people on the beach. There's no place else to do that anywhere there. There's no restaurants there at this point or anything. And they wouldn't have to cross the street then again to go to the restaurant.
But it'd be so much easier for me if they crossed the street.
It's not about being easy for you.
No, I
But I just
would
think
I
that's
would
a
request
great idea.
Tim send some. Let me let me table that. I'd like to talk to my team after a public benefit or public comment, and let me just get with my team, and I'll try to address that situation.
Okay, thank you. And I, like I said at the very beginning, thank you for all of your concessions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Mr. Stafford?
Yeah, you don't want to hear from me because I'm going to ask you the same question. So why don't you get with your staff, especially what the Vice Mayor pointed out too, so, you know, a water station as well for not only people but for pets. I think that'd be great. I personally don't think you should have that turnaround there. Now, if you're forced to, I think you.
I would much rather not have it. I can guarantee you that.
I think you're creating that's just creating traffic.
I don't disagree. I'll bring you to my Lee County meeting.
Okay, let's go. The other thing, with regards to turn lanes, I'd like to see not only turn lane into your property, but also on Denora to help. Is the turn lane on Denora? Is it?
It's into Denora, yeah.
Yeah. But I'd also like to see, if you could, if it's possible, the turn lane in, you're gonna have entrances on the north end of your property, correct?
Which, and
I think you mean the west.
I mean,
Northwest.
on the left side there. I'd like to see turn lanes there too,
Okay.
if possible.
yeah, again, I don't control Lee County,
Well, I
but
understand,
but
but
I
I just want-
understand,
I
and
just
I
want it
think
on the
they're gonna
record.
look at, I think they're gonna look at that strongly. I think luckily there is a turn lane coming from the north, which I think saves a lot of heartache for all of us like that. There's also the bus lane that pulls over. There is some reconstruction that could happen there on Estero that maybe could clean this up.
Yeah.
But and if we get into this process and we are going through with our development order, maybe it would be helpful if council, if they're passionate about that, writing a letter or giving me something that I can take with me when I go and have those meetings, Tina, just to basically have that in my back pocket that council would really like to see this. Again, they can make their own decision, but that, I don't have any issues with it. Anything that helps traffic in front of this project helps me. Because no one in this project is gonna want significant traffic jams in front of it, so.
Then my final question, I'm super confused. When you said you've talked to Matanzas Pass, what?
There's
is
an
that friends-
association
friends
that,
with-
yeah,
friends with
yeah,
Matanzas?
there's an
Okay.
association that kind of controls the, what are they called, Tim? Friends of,
Okay.
yeah, Friends of.
That's
yeah.
who you're talking to.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's like you talked to. Yeah,
I'm more like up here. They're more detailed guys, so.
Okay, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
All right, I only have two pertaining to your, most of my questions are revolved around, or in the development agreement
Okay.
itself. But just from your presentation, and then after this, if you want, we can take a 10-minute break and.
Perfect.
Allow
That'd
you
be
time
awesome.
to
Yep.
talk, and then we can go into the development agreement and then go to
Awesome.
public comment. Okay. The one I had was, there was a question raised at the LPA as far as FAR is concerned.
Yes.
When it has to do with the parking. You never were able to get them an answer since you've had a week. Have you had time to get what that calculation would be for the parking?
What was the number? The parking component, 2 stories is 4.44.
Okay, so you're just under 2, you'd be
Right.
1.94 roughly,
Right.
okay. The other question I had, and this is just a math question that numbers catch my eye. The last slide you had showed the economic impact. I'm curious, anyone that looks at their trim notice on the island knows that 6% of your actual taxes go to the town of Fort Myers Beach. Quick math told me that wasn't 6%, so I'm curious how you got to that number. If you go to the last slide. $588,000, I think you said it was $184,000, currently would go to the town based on, or 134?
The town portion of it?
Yeah, you've got the town portion is 134,000, but 6% of.
Financial analyst. You have to come to the microphone, sir.
Oh, you gotta be sworn in.
That's okay, you can do, she can do.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Let me find my script. Hang on. If I don't read it, I'll forget it. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
So unfortunately, that was something we created late last week, and our financial analyst took the actual tax bill, and I mean, the request was take the total tax and take the line items that pertain to the town of Fort Myers Beach and those are the.
My guess is you got two using the school board.
Probably the school board.
It wasn't just the town itself, it was.
We can
Fire
redo that
department,
slide.
okay.
Dan,
No, I was just curious.
wasn't trying to
No, I know you weren't. It just caught my eye and I thought, wait a minute, that doesn't seem like 6% to me, but.
It's 35,307.
And
Yeah,
sir,
so,
can
I
you,
mean, that makes a big difference when it comes to economic impact, so.
Understood.
Those are the only two questions I had, so.
and sir, can we get his name in the record,
Oh,
please?
sorry, I didn't catch that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Tim Bile, I'm the Vice President of Development for Seagate.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Those are the only two questions I really have with the presentation that you haven't already been asked or answered from these guys. So we'll take a
Recess.
10-minute break and
Perfect.
allow you to talk to them, then we'll come back and go over the development agreement. Shouldn't take that long, but.
Thanks, guys.
So we'll come at 11:50. is 11:51. We're gonna go, just to double check, is everyone okay with going through the development agreement if you have questions? And then from there, we'll go to public comment and then get responses from the applicant after that. Everyone all right with that?
What page did you start on?
I'm gonna start, so, because I don't have the printed one out in front of me, I'm gonna do it by packet page.
Yeah,
So if everybody's okay with doing the packet page numbers,
yeah, which number you on?
number 236 is the start of it. So we're gonna start on packet page 236, and we'll just go page by page, and if someone has something that they would like to have addressed on that page, we'll do it that way instead of going item by item. All right. Hey, Mary, you get through the forest?
Good, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So page 236 is the basic whereas clauses. Is there anybody from page 236 that has anything that they'd like to change, add, amend, comment?
Mayor, on the LPA, I am confirming that the vote was 4-2 to recommend denial.
Okay, so even though it's not listed in here, it's now on the record as of what it was. Okay, that was the only issue, or only question I had. Anyone else? Okay, then we will go to page 237. Counselor Stafford, any questions on that one?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
I already addressed the B, vehicular access, and C, rental restrictions.
Okay.
Yeah, I would as well like to add that I'd like to see it both on Denora and at their entrance.
So is there any text change that's gonna have to change? Because they're gonna have to agree to it if we're gonna change something.
It may be difficult to come up with the language on the spot, but
Okay.
before second reading,
Okay,
if that's good.
okay.
So you want more than 2 vehicular access points on
No,
Denora?
I'd like to see 2 turn lanes if possible. I don't think we can put that in the agreement though, because you have to get that from Lee County, is that
Right.
correct?
Correct.
But it'd be my desire to see not only a turn lane at Denora, but another turn lane where where your entrance is.
Suggestion.
Can you ask if it's amenable to Lee County, some sort of
Yes,
wording in there?
yes, we'll work on some wording. I think getting your concepts and your concerns would be really very beneficial.
Okay,
You guys agree to that? I mean,
I don't have any issues with it.
I don't have an issue
Certainly
with that.
worth exploring, yeah.
And
you
that's
guys, you guys are okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Counselor Woodson, anything else on 237?
No.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No, again, my questions were sort of premised here, but you're trying to build these into the actual.
Well, this agreement is
development
essentially, this is going to be their development agreement if it's
Yep.
approved. So
Yep.
anything that you want to see in there as opposed to, I'll work on it, or
Yeah,
if
my-
it's something that can be amenable to both sides and it's added, now's the time to get it added.
Okay, because my hope is that based upon my line of questioning, that you were obviously taking notes and the staff was taking notes, and that we could build into this some of these details, because I don't expect you to have the language today, but I was hoping to see some of that language for second reading. For example, the restrooms and the drinking fountain, et cetera. Are you hoping to have that language codified this today?
It's completely up to you. I mean,
I'm comfortable with staff working with our council to prepare that language for second reading.
For second reading would be preferable.
I guess what I'm getting at is it seems very presumptuous that we're going to a second reading.
Oh, that is.
That's fair point.
I
That's
would,
fair point.
I would ask that we talk about the restrooms and the turnaround after public comment. I'd like
Fair
to
enough.
address that, and then maybe we can
We can
make
go
some
back,
progress with that.
if as long as somebody's got notes that they're taking, then we're gonna circle back and cover that. Are you okay with that, Tina?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Woodson, anything else?
No.
On that page? Nothing read? Sorry, I forgot it was already down here. Counselor King?
None currently.
The only thing I had is, and I had spoken to staff about this, but I don't know if Tina, if it's made it to you yet. It seems like there's some conflicting language on page 237, and then later on page 247 for under item 4A. It talks about the density it says the density from other properties owned by the developer within the town may be transferred for 8 additional single units located to the north side of it. And then later on page 247, it talks about, that's all stricken out.
Correct. We moved it from 247.
So that's just a moving, it's not a, okay, I just wanna get clarity because looking at it at first glance, it wasn't clear that, so you just moved it up essentially, that's why it's crossed up, okay.
As part of the comment I made on because this one stays out of it, I've already agreed to move the the submitting a permit, the 5 years. I think that if I'm gonna be submitting a permit, I'm gonna need to make my decision up about moving density. So I'd be willing in that section to tie that to whatever we agree to on 5 years, if that is something that you guys are okay with, and tying permits and also moving density to that 5-year restriction.
Makes sense. Okay, that's the only thing I had on page 237. Page 238, Counselor Safford?
I think Mr. Price said he was going to, we're going to talk about the park afterwards, correct? Okay, that's all I had.
I'd like to hear from.
Okay, no problem.
I'm the same thing, because of the vehicular access.
All right. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Same.
Okay. And Counselor Kane?
Good.
The only issue that I had, and I just lost it. I thought it was on this page. Is this the page where it talks about the,
Matanzas?
maybe I have the wrong page number. I'm looking for, it was concerning the commercial area. There it is, item E on page 238. I know at the LPA, there was some pushback about keeping it specifically a restaurant, and I know there was some discussion back and forth. Although I think I understand where the LPA was trying to go with this. I've never been a big fan of just pinning something down to very specific. And I don't know that is what council really wants to do, because when you look at the CV zoning district things, we're trying to make it so it's allowing more, if it makes sense. Is there a way to add some sort of verbiage in there that if you wanna keep it a restaurant, to keep consistent with what the LPA says, but I don't want you to be pinned to just a restaurant. If it's something that needs to be changed, if it's, nobody likes the food, you know, and nobody goes there, and you don't want something that's gonna be sitting as an empty space, but you do not have the ability to at least come back and say, we wanna change this from a restaurant to, you know, indoor skeet shooting. I don't know, whatever, just make it up as you go.
Wow.
I'm just-
My interpretation is that item L on the next page would give us the opportunity to come back and to staff and do just that.
Oh, never, I'm being legally tapped out.
Guy in the jacket walks So for your record, good afternoon, or good morning still. Richard Aiken of Henderson Franklin. I represent Seagate on this matter. I'm an attorney. So the question about the commercial area, I think that we could have a discussion later on throughout the process, if we just put restaurant in here, about whether that language is going to prevail over any other language in the agreement because of the specificity of it. The reason why we had left it originally, and you can see the strike through, such as hair and nail salons, a laundry service, daycares, small scale convenience, retail, and we had restaurant as well. I think that if you're more inclined to have more uses be allowed there, that it would be better to go back to the language that we had pre-LPA, if that's what council's inclined to do. You know, Matt said that he was willing to make the change at LPA because they indicated that was a desire that they had. But if you would like to see more flexibility in what the uses might be, or one option would be to come back and say a restaurant of at least X number square footage or something like that. We're happy to go in the direction that you want there. Matt made the change last time in order to make LPA happy or to try to move in that direction. But certainly, having seen this happen a few times, having a little bit of flexibility is easier, because if we strike all those others out, we may be stuck at a later time.
And I guess what I agree with you in concept. I guess even with some of the strikeout language, it's very specific. You know, it's giving, I don't want you to be stuck with it has to be a restaurant and only a restaurant. But I don't want it to leave as open, say, well, it says nail salon, so I'm gonna put a nail salon in here. As we heard from the chair, she's like, does that really benefit the entire island? Although my wife tells me I could probably use it. I doubt I'm ever gonna go to a nail salon.
I think you might like it.
Yeah, you might like it.
You know what I mean? So
Never
I
say
understand
never.
her point as far as public benefit. What I was trying to get at is there verbiage that you could put in there to allow you a path to at least come in and say, this is not a restaurant. It's going to be half restaurant, half nail salon, or something that allows you to at least have the avenue to come back before the LPA and the council, much like the signs with the Margaritaville thing, and say we need to just amend this
Well,
to change it.
I sure agree with that. I think as long as we work under the premise it's a restaurant, and if times change and you wanna come in, you'd have to come to the council to change that. I think that's very appropriate.
So the way, by having it stricken through right now, I think that's where it sits, is that if we wanted to do something else, we'd have to come back to council anyway in order to amend this development agreement. And if the parties agree to amend it, we can agree to amend it. The question is if you want to have something midpoint. For example, instead of having to come back to council, we had to go back to staff, but it was limited in the development agreement as far as what staff could agree to. We could work on language if that's the direction that you gave me, but what I'm hearing is we could come back to council. That's how it's written now. If we want something other than a restaurant, we have to come back to council.
So that's where the L comes in, the other part, the next page comes in, is that what you're referring to? So if you go back, if you go down to the next page, then it talks about the uses that are permitted, would you say it was L?
L,
Yep.
other permitted uses.
Of the land shall be those allowed in the underlying zoning district. But see, that just says that it's used in the underlying zoning district, so if something in the zoning district isn't listed, you're still pinned down to that.
Again, Mr. Mayor, you were very clear, maybe we will get the second reading, maybe we won't, but this is only a piece of the agreement that matters is if we do, right? So why don't we do this? I think I'm hearing different things. Why don't we come up with a couple options, some being stronger than others, and then if we do get to a second reading, we can present a couple options to council, and you guys can pick the option you like the best. Does that work?
I think that's fair enough. I just wanna make sure it's fair to you and it's fair to the town.
Yep.
And future,
I think you see how our one zoning district, it's so prohibitive that I don't wanna paint those guys into a corner if things change.
Okay, I think we got enough direction. Nancy, you okay with?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So we'll move on to the next page, 239. Scott?
My computer froze up. Can you skip me?
Yeah, well, go ahead, Council Woodson.
So the only thing I'm looking at there is on the height where they made all the changes. I have no issues with the rest of it, but on H, so we're still looking at the 2 stories over the structured parking and not included in FAR, correct?
Oh, you're in an area for I?
I'm in H.
Oh, okay, maximum.
Oh, wait.
Far as I.
Far as I.
Yeah. So we have 2 stories of structured parking and then 15 stories of multifamily. That's limited to those 2 specific locations, and the height tiers down from there. So we did the reference to the conceptual plan. The conceptual plan has the heights and the story specifically referenced on it in Exhibit B, rather than typing it all out.
Right, okay, but then, so at the 1.5 though, it's still not including all of the parking?
Correct.
Cause
We
that
asked
was
for a
the,
deviation
that
from
was
that.
the 0.44 of it, okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hope?
Nothing additional.
Council King?
None.
The only issue I would like, you addressed it in the presentation as far as the question that the LPA, I think it was Jay Plummer had it. On the drawing, it looked like there were more than 2 towers that were gonna be the 15 stories, and you addressed it. Is there a way to maybe memorialize that a little bit more under H? That it's only going to be 2 of the towers versus what the conceptual drawing shows that it could be more? Even though you did testify that it's only gonna be 2 of the towers, that will be at the 15 stories above.
I'm okay putting.
Yeah, we can work on that.
Just so that it's at least, it's in the development agreement that it's there. That's the only thing I had on that page.
I don't think the record, could you restate what Matt said through the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, we can work on amending the height to include the 2 locations for the 15 stories and then the step down to 11 and 9.
Okay.
Yes.
Page 2, oh, I'm sorry, did you, before we move on?
That was you asked my question.
Okay. Then we'll move on to page 240. Scott?
Why is that middle part all struck out?
We have that paragraph twice.
Okay.
So we combine it with the other reference. So it's still in there, it's just not a duplicate.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had on that.
Yeah, move to page 11, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all that I had too.
Okay, Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nothing.
Councilor Pugh?
None.
The only question I had was, basically, it's both 240 and 241, and it's about the public facilities part of it. It refers in there as part of, this agreement means we'll meet the what's adequate, that word gets used in there a few times, it'll be adequate. in seeing some of the issues that we've had with some of the other developments on the island since the hurricane, adequate isn't always enough. Although you could say, you know, we're receiving adequate water pressure, it may not be enough if approved to pump that water up to 17 stories or retain that. If there's a way to somehow legally add a little bit more, not just to supersede accurate, to try to make it future-proof, to try to make it, I don't know if I'm articulating it quite as well, but try to strengthen it from just being adequate at the time of the development to how, is there a way to future-proof it? And are there steps that we could do to try to make the infrastructure, and it's not one particular item, it's all of them. I just would hate to see a development, if it gets approved, be dead in the water because it can't get water. Yeah.
For clarification, I mean, they are required to have those adequate public facilities, and the pressure issue is really gonna fall on them. There's gonna be adequate supply, which is all that we can give them. We can give them the adequate supply of water, and that's what they have to agree they're reaching, but then they would have to.
That's where my problem comes.
They would have to have the pumps in order to
In the
get
development
there.
agreement, it says the town of Fort Myers Beach will provide adequate water. Well, we don't control how much water comes over the bridge. That's controlled by Lee County.
But based on our discussions and with our water provider, we do at this time have adequate water. So that's all this is saying. I was
Right,
just
but I wanna,
clarifying.
I guess what I'm trying to do is, because this is not a CPD and because this is a development agreement, if this gets approved, this is what we have to abide by. I don't wanna get into litigation later because they've now developed a project and they can't get water because it's not adequate for their property, even though we don't control the water pressure coming onto the island. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to protect the town in the future, if it's approved, that adequate, that, to me, adequate is a very broad term. What's adequate to us and what may be adequate to the homeowners on the island may not be adequate for a potential 17-story building.
But can that be addressed with the following, that the capacity shall be based on the availability at the time of submission?
I'm gonna rely on the lawyers in the room to be able to work that out. I'm just trying to make known
Yes.
the concern that I have that could potentially come out of this down the road, because we did see it with Margaritaville, where they couldn't get water pressure to their upper floors, and that's only 3 stories. So we can't control how much water comes onto the island. I know the county's working on it, and that's gonna get updated, and we're gonna have higher water pressure, but as we build back as an island, water pressure is going to be an issue. And just trying to address it, I just don't wanna get into a legal battle 10 years from now, or 15 years from now. Not that we don't like seeing you, but we don't wanna see you in court saying, hey, this agreement says you would provide adequate. Our engineers are saying this is not adequate, what are you gonna do about it? That's kinda what I'm trying to address.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think the word adequate may be more subjective, whereas maybe we just say available.
Again,
Yeah,
you
yes,
guys,
sir.
you guys work it out.
I'm happy to work on that language, and I'll point out one thing for you too, and that is that this provision about public facilities is something that's required to be in there. It's just one of the required elements of the agreement, and so this is how we wrote it up. But we are happy to work with Ms. Duperich and get to
I'm
something
not trying to
that you
nitpick,
like.
I'm just trying to
I understand.
try to see the crystal ball 10 years from now. That's all I had for 240, or 40 and 41, but we'll go to 241. Scott, you got anything on that page?
No, sir.
Okay. Council Wilson?
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor Hope? No. Okay. Councilor King?
Nothing.
Okay, we'll move on down. 242. Scott?
I just want to thank the LPA. I think they did a great job of sorting all the impact fees out. And thank you, Matt, for promising to take care of those.
Okay. Council Woodson?
Nope, I'm good.
Vice Mayor Hope?
It's all been addressed.
Okay. Councilor King?
Good.
Shocking, I have one. But this is kind of throughout the entire agreement, and I've talked with town attorney and town staff on this, and it's that word shall. In item 6, it says impact fees shall be required prior to the building permit. Shall is a very loose legal term I've learned over the last 4 years. Can we strengthen up that word shall to must or will?
I have no problem with that at all.
And again, there's a couple other ones that'll come up that have that same, if we could just take a second, look at anything that uses the word shall. I know it's commonly used in the legal world, but we have found in the past that that word shall has gotten us in trouble.
It has been problematic in certain situations. So we'll do a universal check of the whole document, and I'll work with Richard, and wherever we can put will, that's what we'll do, in substitution of shall.
Okay. And then the other one was item number 7, same thing, the word shall is in there. So if you're gonna look through it globally, that's
Yes.
all I care about. Moving on to page 243. Scott?
I have nothing.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
No, I have nothing on this
Vice
one.
Mayor Holt?
No.
Counselor Payne?
Good.
I do not have anything either.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead. I guess I should ask you, Tina.
we need to add a view corridor that we missed to the bay.
Oh, that was described, yes.
Yeah.
That's why it wasn't a question, because you didn't talk about it till today. And which one is that, just for,
It's the 120 feet to the bay. So we'll add it under F.
under F, that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to get at.
A question from staff regarding this, when we did speak with the applicant during the break. The pool area is considered a view corridor. There may be a need to elevate the pool a bit above grade. We kind of wanted you guys to discuss what height may be appropriate for a pool and still consider that an open view corridor.
Wow.
That's a
Throw me a
big change.
curveball.
That's a big change, yeah.
Well, and it's mostly because it's gonna come to the staff level and it'll be view corridor, but we don't have like an elevation above grade, so it's gonna be on staff to figure that out, and I'd rather you guys sort of opine on that rather than it being a decision by staff.
The discussion came up, is a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. People are seeing what's Margaritaville's going through with the water coming in. So obviously, being a view corridor, it couldn't be 10 feet because no one could see over a 10-foot. So I think staff came up and they said, look, we just want to have this conversation today and get council to opine, which I'm okay with. If we got to build it to grade, we got to build it to grade, but we all see what Margaritaville is doing with it. So even a foot or two is helpful when it comes to that because you're trying to keep seawater and sand out of the pool.
Man, in your business, I mean, you know this better than anybody, when you elevate a pool like that to try to mitigate those concerns, does that mean because it's the pool's higher than the fence doesn't have to be as high, or?
Yeah, I mean, typically what you would do is you'd slope it up, right, and slope it back, so it would slope up to the, so there'd be a rise
So
of a
the
run to
raising
them, and-
pool would potentially mean less height for the fencing then, right, potentially, or no?
Yes, I mean, technically speaking, the pool would be a
So
little
it could
bit
be,
higher.
it could be a wash on the view corridor
Right,
aspect.
I mean, when we're talking about this, you know, my gut tells me it's probably 3 feet. I mean, a couple feet is what we're talking about. This isn't something that we would push up. But staff did bring it up, and it is reasonable if they design a pool and it's, 2 feet higher than grade, is that affecting a view corridor or not? So, again, in full transparency, Sarah brought it up. I thought it was a reasonable thing to talk about right now. We could talk about it during the development order process too, but just full transparency, it came up. We wanted to talk about it, so.
So when you're saying, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, once the beach renourishment is done, obviously where your property starts or where you start to build is gonna be higher than sea level. So you're looking for an additional height above that, or?
I think we're just looking for direction from council on what, when we say ground level pool, does ground level pool include 2 or 3 feet of wiggle room, or does ground level pool mean ground level pool? And again, full transparency, and maybe this is something that we could all do a little bit more research on. It just came up from Sarah, kind of caught off guard, but I mean, to me, an easy 3 feet of leniency to that is reasonable. You're still gonna be able to see over it from the road, but again, it certainly can't be 5 or 10 because then you don't have a view corridor. So just trying to bring it up, have the discussion right now.
Well, I'm certainly okay with a little bit of leniency. As you said, we see what happens to the pools.
Right.
My concern would be is if there's a structure required then, right? If you raise it too high, then do you have to have steps to put steps in?
Well,
there
and that's why
to-
I
or
think
you
what
wanna
would,
be able to-
there would be a rise of a run, and I think, we
Like,
wouldn't.
is sand gonna come up to it, or is it gonna
Right.
be like a
I mean,
seawall?
the reality of the situation is, it's probably not gonna be that much elevated, but we just don't wanna get into a situation where plans and drawings are done, and staff needs direction more than anything, because when they get our plans, if it is elevated a little bit, and again, we haven't sat with the design people to go through this yet, so this is new news. Sarah brought it up, reasonable ask. I didn't know how to respond to it, so we might as well talk about
So
it.
just maybe add some sort of not to exceed a whatever height.
And I guess the question is, what height do you feel comfortable with?
Put on line. Scott?
2 or 3 feet.
3 is my team's kind of throwing it out there, a number.
I would say 3 feet max. Or 3 foot variation.
Right.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I'm not smart enough to give an expert opinion on that, whatever you guys think.
Well, it's hard because it's, that's the downside of development agreements is you don't have the detail there to be able to say, now I'm gonna be looking at a retaining wall on the sidewalk versus looking
But
at.
this comes up in a PD too, because they could be doing designs and stuff like
Sure,
that,
but-
and then, this is everyone's looked at the last couple of years what Margaritaville's gone through. They certainly designed their pool the way they did that we were going to. 3 storms come through and kind of opens up your eyes about, man, if we only moved it a couple feet,
And I
things
mean,
could be
that's a
different.
good real world example is if you look at the Margaritaville pool and you try to imagine what it would be 3 feet higher, would that be a huge deal breaker in your mind if it was not to exceed 3 feet? Cause you would have to have some, in their case, you would have to have some sort of retaining wall there to be able to.
Sure, and to your point, now you have to have access and
still gotta be
ADA access,
yeah.
and, I mean, you're probably putting, at that point, there's probably a crane that needs to go in for the ADA, I mean, at that point, I mean.
Something, yeah.
Or you're
Ramping it or
ramping it
something.
up.
I support the will of the council.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know.
Yeah. John, how do you feel about it?
I'm comfortable with what Scott and Karen have
There you
suggested.
go, you got your
Okay,
direction.
thank you.
What are we on, 243? Anything else? Tina?
Not that I have.
Okay. 244? I'll start with you, Tina. Anything?
I don't have anything on this page.
Okay. Counselor Safford?
I'm good.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good. We already addressed the Denora and previous.
Okay. Vice Mayor Holt?
No.
Counselor King?
Good.
I don't have anything on 244 either. 245. Tina?
We have not discussed the deviations, so I don't have any notes on that. I'd be looking in the council if you have anything.
Okay. Counselor Safford?
I'm actually good on that page.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I'm good as well.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Nothing.
Counselor King?
Good.
The only note that I had, it sounds like we've addressed it, and that was with item A and the 235 feet and the 15 stories. I think that's gonna be more defined somewhere else as to what towers it's gonna be, not the entire,
Correct.
just, so that'll be covered somewhere else. But does that need to be covered in the deviation wording at all?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because this just asks to deviate from the code, but the H section, above is where that specific heights are, listed.
Okay. All right, and 246. Tina?
Nothing for me.
Counselor Safford?
Nothing.
Counselor Woodson?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Counselor King?
None.
I don't have anything either. 247.
I have
Tina?
nothing.
Okay. Counselor Safford?
So that, the density was moved to that other part, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just for clarification, that's all, that's the only question I had on that page.
Okay.
I have nothing.
Vice Mayor Holt?
No.
Counselor King?
None.
I have one thing, and that's item B. It's the administratively amended. I understand what you're trying to say, and I agree with that. I don't think, if you gotta move a AC pad somewhere, that's something that should have to come back to council, but I would like to see something in there a little stronger when it comes to, say, structural. If it's however the legal team works that out, because in the past, I know that staff has not always felt comfortable when it comes to certain things, making that decision without outside council input, and I'm not trying to bring it so that everything has to come through. Any kind of significant changes, and I know you've talked about it in that, it's gotta stay around the conceptual drawing, but anything majorly structural or staff deems is, whatever word that you can come up with to make it not just be, you decide you wanna change something and staff doesn't feel comfortable, at least coming back and asking for input. Doesn't necessarily have to go through the entire process.
Would you consider giving staff the option to bring it to council? So if something comes
then
up
I
and
think,
they're,
then
and
I
they're
think
not
you,
sure.
I think you defeat the purpose, and what I mean by that is if, you know, depending, it could be a whole different staff, could be a whole different council by the time this thing starts coming out of the ground, if it comes out of the ground. And maybe that staff feels comfortable making those decisions, or maybe they just like, I don't wanna risk my job, feeling that they're gonna lose their job if they make a decision like this. I don't want it to be that every little decision has to come back. We've tried to, I think as a council and LPA, work very hard to streamline a process as much as we can. And I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here, just try to find something that would give the staff, if they felt it was something that was an egregious change that wasn't covered in the development agreement, the opportunity to at least bring it back.
Can we get a little clarity on structural? So we have a pattern book for the architectural elevations, we have setbacks, we have a general, box that the structure has to fit in. What are we
I guess what I'm trying to
which
get at is,
aspect are we
we've
trying to
already
focus
covered
on?
like the 2 15-story towers.
Right.
If all of a sudden you start going through all your projects and Swift Mud is like, no, that tower can't be there because of whatever, and now it has to be moved over here.
Okay.
Administratively, they could say, go ahead, right? And it would be, I would just as soon, instead of having to redo the thing all over again, you could come through and say, because of this, we need to move this from here to here, much like we had to do with that was done with the Margaritaville sign, something outside that could possibly have been.
What if we put language in there that says significantly deviates from the approved plan? Something to that effect. So there's a deviation shown, there's a plan in there, it's pretty specific on
Yeah.
what we're trying to do, everyone understands it. If it specifically deviates from that, obviously, we're gonna need to talk to people anyway, so I'm okay with that. I think.
That's all I'm trying to get at.
So what about language like that, specifically deviates against the concept of the plan, the concept?
Significantly.
Something like that.
Because as it's been testified here today, you have plenty of other permits that you have to go through and get.
Yes.
And we don't know, as a town, what they're gonna require you to do to meet what you're trying to do, or what was approved. And I'd hate for staff to be put in a position to have to make that decision that could significantly have an impact to the neighbors to one side or the other. So if you're okay with it, all of you guys can figure it
Yeah.
out from there.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, moving on. 248. Tina?
No, we didn't have any notes on this from the previous discussion.
Okay. Counselor Safford?
I have nothing.
Counselor Woodson?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Nancy, is this just boilerplate, basically?
Pretty much, yes,
I'm good.
as far as the agreement, yes.
Counselor King?
Good.
Again, this is just another one of those shall things for me, like 17, 18, 19 is a
Yep.
lot of shalls in there. And the other one I had was 20, 21. That my notes said I need a little more explaining, but I can't read the rest of my writing.
There's a future new
Oh, the
prescriptions.
agreement, the transfer of the agreement, I think that was what I was concerned with. Let me read it again. I think what I was trying to get at is if for some reason it gets approved and now you have the entitlements, I was kind of reading this as it could be then transferred or not transferred. I guess that's what I was trying to get some clarity on in number 21.
My understanding is that if for some reason Seagate sold the property, the agreement runs with the land.
That's what I wanted clarity on. So if it's essentially transferable, if for some reason they decide that they want to sell the property with the entitlements. Okay, that's what I wanted clarity on. That's what I thought I read, but I just wanted to make sure. And then go on to, what's the next page? 249. Tina?
So my note here is that we would potentially consider adding something less than the 10 years. Matt has mentioned 5. I don't know if the council has other comments there that we need to take into account.
That was one of my concerns that I had was something to do with 5 years, as long as you've gotten or made an attempt to get your permits through Swift Mud and all the other things you gotta do. I'm okay with that language.
Okay.
Counselor Safford?
Good.
Counselor Woodson?
We had talked about this.
Vice Mayor?
I agree.
Council King?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
And then the rest, I think, is just, 250 is just where everybody signs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we agree to come back after public comment
Yep.
on the park and the turnaround and the restrooms and drinking fountains.
Okay, fair enough. With that, we will grab the cheat sheet. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, first up I have John Munger. After Mr. Munger will be Justin Tybo.
Good morning. My name is John Munger, and I have a home in, pardon me?
Afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon to everybody. I'm here to speak in favor of this development. I have a home at 21501 Madeira Road, which my wife Leslie and I have owned since 2013. So we've had a home here for 11 years. I'm also the president of the Yachtsman's Cove Subdivision Association, which is the HOA that manages the 18 homes that are in our little homeowners association along Madeira Road, Mid-Island on Fort Myers Beach. I'm here in my individual capacity, but I wanted you to know that because I think I have some credibility with my neighbors, and also I'm invested in Fort Myers Beach. There are three, in my mind, very obvious reasons why we should vote yes for this project. The first is that we have a rare opportunity to work with one of the preeminent developers here in Florida. When you look at their website, you look at the quality of the homes that they build, it's just fantastic. I have two friends who live in Quail West, which is a Seagate development. They are extremely happy with their homes. Number two, when we watched the slide presentation, we saw just how beautiful this development is. In my opinion, this is a drop-dead gorgeous project which will enhance and add value to Fort Myers Beach. Another thing that's very important, we talk about public benefit. Well, one of the thoughtful things that the developers did was that they pulled those buildings back, the residence towers, back from the Gulf of Mexico, across over to the bay side of Estero. What I think is going to happen in the end is that the towers are going to look like the Twin Towers at Ocean Harbor, which is just 3 blocks north of where I live. And so I can see those Twin Towers at Ocean Harbor. They are closer to the bay than these buildings will be to the Gulf of Mexico once they're completed. And I can tell you that those towers look absolutely beautiful when I look at them off the back deck of my house. And I think that's the result we'll see when these towers are built over on the Red Coconut property. The third reason is this is going to be a tremendous wealth generator for our community. The direct and indirect financial benefits to this property, the jobs that will be created, the money that the residents will spend once they are living there, it's just going to be a fantastic benefit for our community. But there is a fourth reason, one that I think is even maybe more important than the other three, and that is the word confidence. Confidence. Hurricane Ian was an incredible gut punch to all of us. We're here in a trailer right now, 2 years after Hurricane Ian, because of the devastation that that hurricane caused to us. There are a lot of vacant homes here on this island of ours, empty lots. There are homes that are still destroyed that haven't been cleared out. I asked my realtor in preparation for the hearing today, what the situation was in the real estate market here, and she said there's a 20.4 month inventory of properties that are available. I see that my time is out, but let me just say, board members, you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to supercharge this island with confidence. Confidence will radiate out from the Seagate development, and it will touch every aspect of this community. Our businesses, our restaurants, property values, and it will make a statement to the world that Fort Myers Beach is the place where you want to be. Thank you very much for your consideration. I appreciate your hearing my thoughts. Vote with confidence, vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Justin Tybo, and after Justin is Star Sherwood.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Town Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Justin Thibault. I am a lifelong resident of Southwest Florida. I grew up working at the Birkenstock store that my grandmother operated right over the corner over here, which is now the library. So I spent a lot of time here, spent a lot of time here, raising my family here, Very much a huge fan of Fort Myers Beach. Today, I'm here to voice my strong support of Seagate's proposal, particularly in regard to height, the height variance that would allow the project to go to the heights as described. I understand that traditionally the council has been cautious about approving taller buildings throughout the town and along the coastline, but I believe that this proposal offers our community something truly unique and vital in a time of recovery, which has been a long recovery. The development is not just about adding height for the sake of it. There's a lot of public benefit that was discussed today. I know that's a hotly debated topic right now throughout the town, and there's a meeting tomorrow to discuss public benefit. But my comment on that and my question would be, what is the public benefit that's being offered from the hundreds upon hundreds of vacant, rubble-filled, fenced-off properties right now? I think it's all of this much. So I think Seagate's gone above and beyond in what they're providing in exchange for height, but I just wanted to point that out that although we're discussing public benefit quite a bit, there's very little public benefit being offered by properties with no development occurring. The reality is, because of the strict height restrictions that have existed in the beach and other regulations, very few significant projects have been brought forward to this council. We should have reviewed 10, 20, 30 projects of residential mixed use and whatnot, but we haven't because it's very difficult to make the numbers work for a project of this size. And finally, I urge the council to consider something very important, and that's that times have changed. In the wake of the hurricane, we must adapt to new realities, both in terms of climate resilience, economic recovery, and sticking to pre-storm height restrictions. In this case, it very well may limit our potential to rebuild stronger and better than we did before. Taller structures might seem like a departure from tradition for the beach, but it could be exactly what we need to attract investment and innovation necessary to restore Fort Myers Beach to its former glory and beyond. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Justin.
Star Sherwood, and after Star is Dawn Thomas.
Good afternoon, my name is Star Sherwood. Yes, I've been sworn in, and
Pull
thank
pull
you.
that mic down.
Thank you, council,
Thanks, Star.
for listening to me. Nice to see you all. I'm here basically to represent the Fort Myers Beach Art Association, and I'm just really gonna talk about the public benefit aspect of the Seagate project. As Jim touched on and Matt touched on, we did talk yesterday, and I've been talking to Jim quite often about it. Basically, you know, am also a resident of Fort Myers Beach, and the Fort Myers Beach Art Association has been on this island since 1950. So we are now in our 73rd year. And as you might know, our property is right on the corner of Denora and Shellmound. And we have a very vested interest in what Seagate Development is doing there because it does directly affect us. And as you also know, our building was devastated by Hurricane Ian. And we are a nonprofit organization, and we do not have a lot of money. So it's a very big if we will be able to financially rebuild our building. That is obviously our goal. And we are hoping that we have the same kind of relationship with Seagate that we had with Fran and the Red Coconut, who we just absolutely adore. So we're hopeful that we can collaborate with Seagate Development and Matt and become, have them and us become part of the community together. What we can provide them as far as public benefit is, you know, there's so many things that older people who come to the island, they don't have things to do. We provide so many things already as a public benefit to this community as far as workshops and classes, and we can teach them about art. We are always out in the community. We have a wonderful plein air group that paints out on the island all the time. So we can provide things for them as well as hopefully they can provide things for us. So with that, we think it would be a wonderful relationship to collaborate with Seagate. But again, you know, our vision is of course to rebuild. Financially, we're not sure that we will be able to do that. So in the next few months, say a little prayer. We're hoping that things look up for us. So thank you.
Dawn Thomas, and that's the last person I have signed up.
Hi, Dawn Thomas, permanent resident. My husband Brian and I are speaking today, well, he's not, in favor of the Seagate proposal for many reasons. The island needs commercial and residential development. We need the tax base to help our town infrastructure continue to be successful, vibrant, and have the means to continue improvements in our community. This developer is open to supporting our island, which is evident in their presentation and how they continue to modify it. And they have been working with the residents as a community partner. Their employees have already gotten involved with donating their time with local organizations on the island, such as the Women's Club, of which I'm the president. This is one example of how they are showing they're truly committed to being a partner with Fort Myers Beach and not just a builder. After Hurricane Charlie, we allowed the buildings where Margaritaville now stands to sit in a dilapidated state for years. This complacent attitude cannot be taken now. More lots are coming up for sale, and we will continue to lose residents and commercial businesses and guests who are visiting because we won't have places for them to stay. Waiting now is just negligent, especially during a time when this island needs to rebuild. When we look at the Margaritaville Resort, we see a jewel of our island. After the storm, everybody has been praising it. And you think of the hell they went through of just trying to build that building. I don't think we need to see that at this time. One of the things that continues to come up in social media is the vibe. The continued commentary is that we're gonna lose it. This is a beach town, and it always will be a beach town. It's flip-flops, as you can see, and sand. The vibe is people, it's not buildings. People choose to live here for the beach and for the casual attitude and the surfside feel. The elephant in the room is the height of the building at the back of this proposal on the back bay. Seagate has designed it with different levels, so it's not intrusive. And if you look at Ocean View, that building is a height of 15 stories tall. It's not intrusive. And when you're driving down Estero Boulevard, it's truly a landmark that tells you you've made it halfway down the beach and maybe you're almost home. Diamond Head has 12 stories and it's not intrusive as well. Public benefit, there are so many ideas, and I have a couple, but it's a tangent. I'm confident that Seagate will work together with town to come up with some ideas that everybody feels are beneficial. In closing, we hope that you vote yes for this new development.
Thanks, Don.
That's all I have signed up.
Anyone else? Good, yes, sir. Sorry.
I'm Tom Brady. I've been sworn in. I live at 339 Madison Court, and I'm a full-time resident. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I was going to speak for a long time today, but I watched the mayor's performance yesterday at speaking with the mayor, and he covered all my talking points. So he very well encapsulated it. I wish I could enter that all in the record because it was just everything that I thought should be said about this development. I am in support of development, in commercial development. I want to see it happen, and I want to see it happen rapidly on the island. One of my concerns is that Seagate is maximizing their size of their buildings by putting 3,000 square foot approximately townhouses on here. If I lived in a perfect world, they'd put 1,500 square foot townhouses or condos in the island, and it would be half the height of this, and then everything would be peachy. But you know, we push this now, and I guess I'm not a fan of the wedding cake idea either. I would flatten the thing as much as I could and spread it out and not build it up. I do live in the shadow of the building, and yes, it only happens twice a year, and it only happens for a couple hours in the afternoon, but I do live in the shadow of the building, so it does impact me. So I think that we can proceed with this, but I think we could make some tweaks to it in the process, and I think the mayor did a great job of saying what those would be. Second, I'm really concerned about all these references to the finances. If we have a financial problem, I want the financial manager of the island to tell me of a financial problem. I don't want to have a gun held to my head saying we need to approve this development because we're going to go bankrupt. Are we going to go bankrupt if we don't have this thing built? I think it's nonsense, and I think that, I mean, you brought it up, Mayor, is that even the money that they said isn't that much. I think we're financially viable without this huge development. I hope we are, or otherwise we've got bigger problems. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? Over here first, and then we'll come back over here. Go ahead. 2 for 1.
Michael Breath and Ellen Fulcher from Hibiscus. Well, prior to the storm, we're still building back, but we consider ourselves residents.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, counselors, thank you for all you do. Everybody says that we need to think outside of the box, and we understand that. Things are going to change, but even with a transparent local development partner, which we seem to have, we still think that 17 stories is too high. That's too far out of the box. Think back to why did Fort Myers Beach become its own municipality? So when you look at just how much higher this is than what would be allowed by right, it's hard to say yes. I see it as limited public benefit when we're talking about water fountains. And there's so much still undefined. So we say, please vote no.
Thank you. Go back to this side, there's someone over, oh, he's, come on. We'll go from the front to the back, and we'll just keep switching sides, how's that?
Hi, Kathy Turner. I am a full-time resident of Shell Mount Park, so I am adjacent to this development process. I'm not in favor to the Seagate Home Rule Development Agreement as it's currently presented. We chose FMB for the community, the development project, the vibe, the ability to get around without driving. We like the quieter residential neighborhood where we live, and we're able to get around easily. We've got a fleet of bicycles in our garage. We had few more before Ian. Our retirement plan in Fort Myers Beach are and were to be the last chapters of our lives. So we're watching very carefully as to what's going to happen in Fort Myers Beach. The proposed Seagate development is beyond what is available by right. The agreement order is conceptual, so we really don't know exactly what's going to be built. And it really is a very confusing process. Yes, there are drawings and there's some information, but it's annotated in a lot of generalities and up-tos without enough details. My specific concerns are the proposal will increase height at over 400%, so 4 towers on top of what is available by right. There is enough property to build lower. They could come up with shorter towers, but that could increase the development construction costs and lower the value of the condos by not offering the towering views of the beach. The use of Denora as one of the major entrances is my concern. Shell Mound Boulevard during season becomes a thoroughfare to bypass the sterile boulevard for about 4 or 5 blocks. There's traffic stop signs along that path, but everybody just rolls through them, and it is a very quiet residential neighborhood with children and pets. So that is a concern. I would also caution that this residential neighborhood is construction can occur from 7 to 7, Monday through Saturday. So it'd be interesting to see how that is affected by the adjacent development. The intensity of the units would definitely affect our infrastructure. You know, whether we have enough water supply. I can tell you right now, we've never had enough water supply in the 7 years we've been here. The number of toilets and showers could increase threefold. An offering of a beach access for the people in Shell Mound Park specifically is no benefit. I have 2 deeded beach accesses, plus we have Connecticut Avenue. So a beach access that doesn't have parking or doesn't provide any amenity is not really helpful. As Vice Mayor Adderholt mentioned, my biggest beachfront amenity would be a public restroom, shade. Think of Newton Park as it was. We had the stopping places, you know, going down the beach. You had Times Square, you had Palm View Avenue, you had Junkanoo where we used to stop off, Newton Park. But that would be definitely a public benefit. Finally, I don't consider a view corridor to be a public benefit. I'm 5 minutes from walking in the sand, and that's my destination. When I'm in the car, I'm not necessarily looking to see what I've already seen. So I appreciate your consideration of my input. just as an FYI, I'm a president of the Estero Island Garden Club. I don't necessarily consider the rendition of the linear park. I would offer up the concept of street trees, and the garden club is available to meet with Seagate, and I'm happy to provide our contact information. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. This side, anyone on this side? Barbara, come on up. Oh, who's there? Up front.
Good afternoon, members of council and staff. My name is Barbara Hill, and I'm a resident of Shell Mound Park, and I'm a property owner. Thank you first for your reappointment to CellCab. I look forward to continuing to serve the community as your volunteer. I'm here really today to voice my opposition to the Seagate proposal for that red coconut property, and it's, by the way, really wonderful to see Fran Myers today. Good to see you. The stated public benefit, to me, does not justify two 17-story condo or 17-story buildings with 137 condos. I do like Seagate projects, and I respect the work that they've done with the development in Southwest Florida. Matt, that's really a great group that you've got. Have no issue with the quality of the construction or their vision. I really have an issue with the 17 stories. To me, this is not a good fit for our islands, and especially for the mid-island of our quiet community neighborhood. A real public benefit, cut the units by right by 1/3. Thank you. Appreciate your no vote.
Thank you, Barb. Over here, come on up.
Hi, my name's Mike Dagnese. I live on Shalmon Boulevard, right next to this place. One thing, you guys are doing a great job. There's only one problem. I'm gonna say it first instead of last. Is the height. Okay, so we have a height plan for a reason. They built Diamond Head. We built this height plan for that reason. Now, if you're gonna turn around and change it and let them get away with a 17-story building, we don't need you. You can go away. We can go back to Lee County. I love you guys, I love the beach, and I love what we do. But if you're gonna do this, what's the purpose of being here? The purpose was to keep the height down, to keep our beach beautiful. That's one thing. Okay. You know, they developed the place. They're here for a few years. He's gone, you never see him again. So he can promise you the world and see you later. They built parks in this place. The parks are not for people on the beach. They're for his project. They're in the back by Denora on the backside. They're on the beachfront. There's no parking. Where do you park to go to any of these parks for them? You know? One question. How big are the rooms inside the units? How many square feet?
Mike,
How many square feet is the rooms that you're building? You have an answer?
They're gonna come back up after.
Okay. What was there was probably 600 square feet. That was a truck and a trailer. The height was 10 feet. The whole thing was 20 by 30. That was it. Now you're trying to, from what I heard, 2,000 square feet. Okay, I live in a 1,000 square foot with 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. Why do you need 2,000 square feet or whatever it is? That's another thing. You shrunk the rooms down, you shrunk the size down, half of it goes away. The view from the back bay. Nobody's seen the back bay from that view at all, ever, unless you walk back there. The only way you're gonna see the view of the back bay from there is if you go up 5 stories. and get up over all the trees and everything else, then you'll see it. Nobody's ever seen it before. That's something new that they want to add. Just drawings. Why do they have the little one-story buildings in the very back? Why wouldn't you put the single-story houses like on the side of Denora and put the towers in the back, or put something taller in the back, out of the way? You're going to turn around my house, I'm not going to have a view of the sun or the fireworks. I'm not going to see anything anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Over here. Dennis? We'll come back.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dennis Wagaman, and I'm with the Alex King Group, a real estate company here on the island. And it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having us here today. I'm here in strong support of the Seagate project for many reasons. I want to clear up, first of all, there's no conflict of interest. There's no formal relationship between my profession and Seagate whatsoever. We are peers, colleagues, and people out here on the front lines trying to get things accomplished for the island. Pardon me. Speaking about being on the front lines, we're out here, I'm out here talking to buyers and sellers of real estate daily, other developers daily, and there are a number of comments that I continue to get, questions I continue to get asked. Again, being on the front lines in my little narrow space of what we're all working hard to get accomplished together. And that is, when's the island coming back? When are we going to have developments coming back on the island? When are we going to have restaurants if I buy a home here? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, I know everyone's working hard. I know there's a lot of varying opinions, but the island, as we all know, is never going to be the same. We have to look ahead. As the old Shawshank Redemption saying is, you're either getting busy living or getting busy dying. And we need to get busy living here. Need to get busy living with respect to everyone. With respect to everyone. Let's talk about developer very quickly, and not just Seagate, but the entire concept broken down. Yes, they're going to need to make money at the end of their project. They're not here for the practice. They're not here just to do it for something. You have to make money doing that. All of the things they're doing as far as public benefit have to be included and calculated in this process that they're going through about whether or not to do this project. I applaud Seagate for what they're doing. The local folks, I believe the folks that have Seagate live in Fort Myers, correct? So they're not going anywhere. They're here, they're part of our neighbors. The developers that I'm talking to and working with, no one's here trying to take advantage of this island, take advantage of the people, in spite of how hard that might be for some people to believe. Many people want to be a part of this island. One developer in particular I'm working with right now grew up coming here as a kid. He loves this place. He wants to do the right thing. But in order to do that, for example, we're talking about height. I hear a lot about height. When we're driving down Estero Boulevard or down Denora, we're not looking up, we're looking in, and we're looking at the ground level. So by going up taller, you're putting a smaller footprint actually on the property itself, thereby giving more viewing corridors, more viewing areas. So I think that's a very good design that Seagate's come up with for that particular reason. And the density that they're asking for is less than what was there at Red Coconut. So I'm not sure the concerns with infrastructure challenges may be warranted. So I guess that bell was my time up.
It was. Thank
All
you,
right.
Dennis.
Sorry. Thank
No
you.
problem. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Arismowitz. My wife and I are full-time residents, live on Shellmound Boulevard. Our home was destroyed by Hurricane Ian. We decided to build a new home with existing restrictions in place by the town. We knew those restrictions to build a new home. With all due respect to Matt and Seagate, Seagate bought the Red Coconut property knowing the restrictions they had to work within, just like we did when we built our home. Pertaining to developers on the island, part of an article from Beach Talk Radio Some developers are saying if the town doesn't ease up, get with posting times, and allow higher building, they will leave Fort Myers Beach and properties will sit vacant for years, not decades. I find that statement interesting since a residential property just sold for $11 million on the island. If those developers leave the island, the vacuum will be filled very quickly with another developer that will stay within the comprehensive plan. There's a very big demand for residential and commercial development on this island. Let's look at opportunities developers have on Fort Myers Beach. In my opinion, if you were to look at the best opportunities on or near water for development in all of Florida today, Fort Myers Beach by far would be the best place for development. You have the uniqueness of living on a subtropical island with beautiful white sand beaches. You have new infrastructure in place already. You have an international and private airport 30 minutes away. You are near cultural events and arts. You have some of the best hospitals, doctors, and schools around. There isn't a lot of prime properties for sale near or on water from Marco Island to Bonita. There is a lot of prime property for sale on Fort Myers Beach. When Red Coconut went up for sale, Seagate was not the only developer looking at that property. All developers know what a golden opportunity they have for high rate of return for investors by investing in Fort Myers Beach. I encourage responsible building of commercial space on the island as long as they stay within the comprehensive plan that is in place. Pertaining to public benefit, developers should present a proposal that stays within the comprehensive plan, then show the town council and the town residents what they would give for public benefit in order to build on the island. Not use the public benefit as a bargaining chip to go higher than the restrictions that are in place. The town and the residents have already done the heavy lifting, putting the infrastructure in place. That's an extremely large benefit for developers. To be very clear about this to all developers here listening and watching, the town council and the town residents control the narrative on this, not the developers. When developers are done and have made high returns on their investments for the investors and moved on to another project, we have to live with what is built on this island. What this council's doing today is historic. The last time something this big has happened was when Fort Myers Beach incorporated to control the height on the island. This council today will have the ultimate responsibility of forever changing the look of Fort Myers Beach. I'm asking, along with many residents of Fort Myers Beach, to please stay within the comprehensive plan put in place by the town, so I'm going on record as opposed to the Seagate build-out proposal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Edward. Anyone else? Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Council, and staff. For the record, Chris Smuts with London Bay Development Group, owners of the Outrigger, Charlie's, Sandpiper, and Grandview at Bay Beach. As Fort Myers Beach property owners, we encourage you to consider the island-wide economic impact of Seagate's proposal for the former Red Coconut property. Large-scale projects like this one are key to restarting the economic engine of Fort Myers Beach. This project and a handful of others like it not only have an obvious economic impact related to permit fees and impact fees, but will also increase property values and property taxes, generate additional sales taxes, and lead to job creation, all of which result in a cascading economic impact for Fort Myers Beach. It's been 2 years since Hurricane Ian, and the island is struggling to return to what the thriving community once was. This year's storm season reminds us that major hurricanes will continue, which highlight the need to build to current codes, including FEMA and FDEP flood elevations and requirements. Seagate's proposal is well balanced. They offer a variety of public benefits, including a public beach access, public parks, walking paths, and a public restaurant, while also planning a resilient development built for the future. By approving this project today, you're sending a message that Fort Myers Beach Town Council is committed to rebuilding for future generations. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else? Well, absolutely, come on up. I didn't see you back there.
Hi, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon by now. I don't have anything prepared.
Just say your name for us, Fran.
Oh,
just
I'm
so-
sorry, Fran Myers. And actually, I own 200 Denora Street, which is right where you come in the back of the park. That's my property too. So I guess I could be listed under 200 Denora. I kind of wanted to say today about density and intensity. I can't tell you, I mean, you would all be in shock if you knew how much intensity we had in the Red Coconut. I know that a lot of you have been in the park, but in full season, I had 250 sites, and you could say that there maybe was only 2 on each site. That would be 500 people a night. But I can tell you there's a whole bunch more than two a site. If I had a double story unit and there were buttons that you push and the RVs just lifted right up in the air, there were places that, or RVs that came from Germany that had 30 people in them. They were like laying in a little casket, and they were 2 and 3 stories. And you not only did these people, when they came to bring their units, they brought all their toys. They brought swimming pools, they bought jet skis, they bought kayaks. I mean, you know the whole routine of what they have. There might be a tent sitting there that maybe only had 1 car, but then there'd be a 45-foot next to it that had 10 people and they had 3 cars. And thanks to the Art Association, many times we were such good neighbors that they would let us use even some of their parking. I've been here almost, I think in August it'll be 50 years living on the island. And I don't think anybody loves it any more than I do. And I just want to tell you that when the park became for sale, it was really like one of my worst, probably my worst nightmares. Because not only did I have the park for sale, but I had Tom in the hospital and trying to keep him from knowing that that storm even went through. And the developers that I met with, and I met with a lot of them, and I cannot tell you some of the ideas that they brought forward that mentally, I just thought how could this possibly happen to this little island? And then I met Matt and his father and Tim. And I can honestly tell you that this beach is very lucky to have the Seagate Development Group, because I can't tell you, they're just good people, and they're good family people. They're family oriented. I'm sorry, I know I went over my time. I also wanted to introduce Pam Beestrom I have here, she's not only my niece, but she was my CEO for over 20 years. And she told me, you know, you need to tell them how much density and intensity we used on that property. And it was unreal. If you had not been in there during the time that we were there, I would say that this Seagate property would be a third less than what we used the property for. We used to have the RVs lined all the way down the street. I know you all remember that. Trying to get in there and holding traffic up. So, you know, I think this is a good thing. I mean, none of us like towers, let's face it. None of us love towers. But these are set back, and that view corridor is the most important thing, I think, on this island. When we met 25 years ago and got the 15 units per acre for Red Coconut, I remember Anita and her saying, we need to have a 50-foot corridor. And I said, Anita, you're my friend, But what, 50 feet? Well, how much are these folks giving? I don't know, 200, 300? So I think that's really, really important. And I think that y'all need to really search down deep inside and know what you want for Fort Myers Beach. And I think you all pretty much know that. So thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate being here. I haven't been here for 2 years. I'm shocked sitting in this unit that you have, but I know things will change. So good luck to you all, and thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thanks for coming, Frank. Good to see you. Anyone else care to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll allow the applicants to come back up and.
Good afternoon. Tina Ekblad for the record. I just have 3 points in response to what we heard from the public. The first is consistency with the comp plan. This concept that we have to stay with the plan. I stand by my previous testimony that we are staying with the plan. We are within a redevelopment area that your comprehensive plan establishes is allowed to have differing heights. Policy 4C4 states that we can request a deviation to increase the height, provided that view corridors to the Gulf and the Bay are offered as a public benefit and other benefits are considered in the entirety of the project. You have my testimony from earlier in the day in the slide presentation showing that we have exceeded the 50-foot view corridor that is required by 310 feet. And yes, we are asking for an additional 205 feet. We have walked through how that only occurs on 2 locations of the towers and everything else is less than. And so we are consistent with policy 4C4. The remaining, public benefits come from your comprehensive plan and are consistent with your community design element, the future land use element, the conservation element regarding how we interact with the beach and provide these public recreational spaces, and finally your transportation element regarding access to Estero being limited and, quite frankly, not providing additional parking because we want people to move via pedestrian and bicycle. So I want to leave you with that. There was a comment that we need to eliminate our density ask. To be very clear, we are allowed 15 units to the acre, and that is what we are asking for today. There is no density increase as part of this project. And then with regard to the public facilities, we've had the conversation. I understand your point, Mr. Mayor, and we will work on that language. But facilities are available. Should additional infrastructure needs be necessary, pump stations or whatever, regarding the pressure, we will absolutely have to handle that. The language in the development agreement addresses that, whether it's an impact fee or offsite mitigation, and we will take care of that. With regard to restrooms and parks,
Yep.
You want to take that?
Sure.
Okay.
I appreciate everyone's comment, I really do. There's some people in this audience that have been coming to every meeting that I've had and have been against the project and still are. Can't get everyone on my side, but I appreciate their comments and certainly I understand that not everyone is gonna be for this. When it pertains to the 2 comments that we talked about before, I am okay with some kind of language that the developer and town I don't know how to say this the right way, so I'll look for my team and staff to go through this, but to get away from that roundabout turnaround, I'm okay trying to put a park there, only a park there, and we can try to do access off as long as we're allowed to. So if we want to put it as a preference language or something to that effect, that we'll try to get that approved without the turnaround in. Again, that could also be fire as well, we talked about, so that's just gonna be something we're gonna need to talk about, but it is our preference, and it sounds like, it is the preference of council that not be there, so we'll do everything we can to do that. As it pertains to restrooms, that has been a comment that I've heard over and over, and it's complicated because of FEMA rules, et cetera. What I've talked about with my team is that we're okay with putting public restrooms in after CO of at least one of the buildings. I need to have some way to be able to control it. So until we actually have building and stuff, I can't do it in a building area, obviously, and I can't do it in construction area. And before I have a structure up, it's gonna be really hard to delineate. But after a CO of the building, we would provide the public restrooms in a portable way. We will work with staff and the DEP if possible. We're not really sure if there's gonna be a DEP permit. We're gonna have to get water and maybe sewer to it. There are some ways. The only thing that I ask is that if by chance FEMA comes up with another rule, and we've all been through this, I spent $150,000 putting a trailer that I'm not allowed to bring back, and I know others have gone through this as well. If FEMA does make a rule or something that makes this impossible, I just don't want to be penalized for trying. So if it's within the rule and we're allowed to do it, I will put in the development agreement to do it. We can work on the wording if and when we get to a second reading to get it in front of you. Vice Mayor, it was a good point. It was really hard to figure out a way to do this, but I think if we craft language that makes it a temporary structure and allowable, I can live with that and I can do that, and we'll maintain it, so it won't be a maintenance issue for the town. It'll be on us. We're gonna wanna maintain it anyway. The last thing I want is for that to look like some of the public restrooms out there. Obviously, we'll do the best we can to keep it within line of our project, but I understand how important it is, and hearing it over and over, we're gonna try to make that work as part of our submittal. So I will agree to make that change with staff and the attorneys working together to craft the language that gives me the ability to agree to it. Because again, I don't want to agree to something I can't provide legally. So I look for feedback on that.
I appreciate that, Matt, and I know this is a small item, but would you also agree with the stipulation to be included that we have a drinking fountain as part of the park as described before?
Yes, one of the things that we talked about is a drinking fountain would be fine too, Mayor. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt? Did they address your vehicular access questions that you had? You feel good with it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Councilor King?
I'm good.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
All right.
All right, with that, we will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I have a motion. I don't want to preempt comments, but people could certainly comment after the motion. What I'm about to say is premised with the stipulation that all the matters discussed and agreed to today with the council, as well as the suggestions of the LPA that were voiced last week, are codified into the proposal for second reading, which we will consider next Monday. This is a rare opportunity that extends from the Gulf to the Bay. It is it's a rare property that extends from the Gulf to the Bay. It's also unique in that it is 10 acres that allows for some innovative solutions. We have before us a proposal that certainly doesn't please everyone, and I have nothing but respect for those dissenters. But it is a proposal that attempts to be responsive to the various needs and priorities of the town. We have made tremendous progress in the last 2 years. Although I believe the town government has done a good job, the primary reason for our progress has been the indefatigable spirit of the people of this island. With the recent setbacks of Hurricane Helene and Milton, we need to maintain our momentum and our sense of urgency about our post-Ian rebuild, or we will stagnate. If I could quote a couple former U.S. presidents, this is a time for choosing. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. For this reason, in the aftermath of the destruction of Hurricane Ian, and in the post-Ian environment in which we now live, I believe this project is in the public interest. Therefore, I move that ordinance 2434 and any language that the town attorney advises me to add on to that be adopted,
Approved for second reading on November the 4th.
as stated by the town attorney.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor King. Discussion? Councilor Safford?
I don't know what much more Matt can do. I think we've negotiated well. I think it's a great benefit for the town. I think we're gonna move forward, as the Vice Mayor said. You know, ladies and gentlemen, he's not increasing density at all. I mean, the next developer could come in and ask for the moon. 325 hotel rooms, creating a nightmare in traffic. This is a beautiful project. I think it falls in line with our comprehensive plan. I know people are height adverse, but I live right next to Ocean Harbor, and it doesn't bother me in the least bit. And I think we need to all move forward, and we need to move forward together.
Councilor Woodson, any comments?
Just that, I'll say it again, I'm so appreciative of how you, Matt, and Seagate and your team were willing to listen to the comments from not only residents, but from LPA. You made your adjustments, you've moved quickly, you're gonna make more adjustments. And that above all is so important, that we always have those lines of communication open, and we're willing to agree to disagree, or if we think something is moving down the wrong path, you're willing to take a look at it. I mean, that's all we can possibly ask for. I so appreciate, Fran, you coming in and speaking. I mean, you had so much time owning that property, and I personally believe it's so important that whatever happens there has your blessing, and I know it does. And so that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor King, any comments?
I got a few. I love history, and that's probably why I got interested in government. I wasn't here 30 years ago, or 31, or in 1995, I'll say it that way. The vote to incorporate took place in July. There were 4,179 registered voters. Out of that, only 2,918 cast their ballots. I don't know if it was because in July that occurred or not. These statistics come from the election office, by the way. There were 1,515 who voted to approve. There were 1,341 that voted to reject incorporation. It won by 174 votes. That's not an overwhelming majority. As a matter of fact, 62% voted no, or they chose not to vote at all. This issue continues, I think, to divide the island, and I think there's no consistency in those that oppose these things. There's some on the north end that don't care what happens on the south end, and it could be vice versa as well. If height was why the town incorporated, why did they put openings in the land development code and the comprehensive plan that allows these kind of deviations? So even Sanibel has decided to increase their height after Hurricane Ian. I know, I understand completely not in my backyard. While it's not on the same magnitude, I bought on the south end right next to Big Carlos Pass Bridge. It wasn't disclosed to me at that time that they were going to be replacing that bridge, and now it's gone up 60 feet and closer to my property. And as a matter of fact, folks will be seeing it in their bedroom windows at night when the bridge traffic comes over that new bridge. It seems like the county took into consideration the boaters more than they did property owners. And there was even inconsistency on this island as to whether they supported it or not, because you had some on the council that were in favor of keeping the old bridge or refiguring that instead of going up higher. So I understand why it's for the greater good. So we adapt and we'll move on. I don't want I've heard the comparisons, so we don't want it to be Miami, but I don't want it to be Mexico Beach either, or Matlacha. My hometown began as a fort, and thank God there were people that adapted and changed, because I would not have done well in a log cabin. As far as financial viability, that's still a concern with me, but as I've told you before last week, our family business got wiped out by a semi-trailer truck, and we struggled to try and do some of the things that we had done before. My family hurt financially just to get back into that business, because that was the only thing my dad knew how to do. So financial viability is still going to be a concern of mine. And I think this island obviously has become better off than what it was, but that's because of a state infusion of cash. I think watching the LPA meeting last week, Jim Dunlap said it best for me when he talked about, with his financial background, that lack of financial stability is what we've been managing here, and a permanent investment with long-term financial implications is what this island needs. And it's not going to be 10 to 15 developments because the capital is not there, and so I will be supporting this.
All right, thank you. Well, I'll just say a few words. You know, I think we're fortunate in a lot of ways. We're fortunate that we had Fran and her family who were the initial gatekeepers of that land for so long, and were very thoughtful in who they decided to sell to, because as she said, she had many people that came forward that she could have sold to, but she chose Seagate, and she chose them for a reason, as she said. I think we're fortunate that Seagate has been as open and honest as they have been from the beginning, willing to adapt the changing of their plans to meet as many possible things that they've heard from the public as they could. I think we're fortunate that they're still staying in the game, because this is a very difficult process, being the development agreement. We're fortunate for a lot of reasons. This project has kept me up many nights, because I've struggled with it for many reasons, and how I come to my decision when I do. And I hadn't really come to a decision one way or another, because I think hearing what we heard today has been very important. But with that, I have to remember why I'm sitting here. And that is to uphold what the vision and the goals of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code are as they are written now. I agree with Tina that there is room for ability. I think Seagate's project is a tremendous project. I think they've, as I said, I don't want to repeat it, but I think it needs repeating, that they have gone above and beyond, in my opinion, to do it the right way, and continue to do it the right way. That being said, I don't know, and someone very wise, much wiser than me, told me a long time ago, when you make decisions when you're sitting up here at the dais, you have to do them that knowing that you're doing what you feel is in the best interest, and that you can sleep at night. And although I completely support Seagate, and I completely support their vision, and I think this project is tremendously close to being exactly what this island needs, I don't know that it fully meets the intention of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code at this time. So for that reason, I won't support the project as it's proposed, but I will say that I'm certainly not wanting to stand in the way of it. I respect the decision of my fellow council members. It will move on to, it sounds like, the second reading. And if I know the Seagate team, as I think I've come to know them over the last year and a half, they will take comments made from me and my fellow council members and the other public members, and they will tweak it even a little bit more before the second reading. But it's for those reasons that I don't feel that it is completely in line with the way the Comp Plan and Land Development Code are currently written, that I won't be supporting the project as is proposed at this time. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, can I just
Yes, sir.
interject one last thing?
Certainly.
You know, my disc jockey background, I love music. I love listening to tunes. I was sitting on a rare time sitting on the beach, our beach, on Saturday with my wife, and I had my earbuds in, and Dave Mason came on, and I think he just kind of paraphrases it best for me, that I hope going forward, the folks on this island, that remember, there are no good guys, there are no bad guys. We just disagree, and I hope we can move forward and be polite and considerate to each other as we do move forward. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I think there's no white hats and black hats in the cowboy world, but well said, and we'll go ahead and go to the roll call vote. And I didn't say it, but I wanted, there's no specific reason, whether it be public benefit or what they're proposing as far as height. There's no specific reason other than the project for me in the whole does not fully meet what I think the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code as it's currently written. It doesn't meet that goal and vision, in my opinion. So with that, Vice Mayor Holt.
Aye.
Councilor King.
Aye.
Councilor Safford.
Aye.
And Councilor Woodson.
Aye.
And Mayor Allers, I'm a no. We'll see you in a week. All right, we're gonna take a brief break, 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and finish the rest. Back to order. It is 1:47. Before we move on, we've got one person left in the audience who's been so diligently waiting till the end of the meeting. Does anyone have any objection to moving up the town attorney's items to address the question on the EBIC?
No objection.
None.
None?
None.
Karen?
None.
Okay. Then can you address the?
Yes, thank you.
And we'll take the vote if we need to vote.
So, when was it, on the 21st, you all had before you an application for the Estero Island Beach Club petition, and that item was denied. And after that meeting, we did receive a letter from the attorney for I'll just call him the property owner, expressing to you a request to have a rehearing of that particular matter. What I wanted to share with you today is that, not getting into the merits of the request itself, but a rehearing in and of itself is a two-step process. The first step is whether or not you even want to entertain it, as far as scheduling a date. And then at the second, the date that you schedule, you actually discuss the merits of rehearing the matter itself. And the reason for that is to provide notice to everyone who may have an interest in that particular project, which was of interest to the entire community. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. In view of not causing additional delay, because I'm sure you've read the letter. The letter is about the fact that you did vote to deny it, but there's a presumption in your code that if you vote to deny it without voting to deny it without prejudice, it's automatically with prejudice, which means they would have to sit out for a whole year before they come back with a different proposal. So the request for the rehearing is to clarify only that matter. There will not be additional fact-based testimony before you. It would really be just more clarifying what you intended when you voted to deny it. And again, I just wanted to say it's a two-step process. I think it would be fine for you today in this public hearing or a public meeting to go ahead and provide direction as far as scheduling. And then there would be notice going to property owners as best as we could. I think Andy had already considered possibly having it before you on November the 4th.
Is that gonna be enough time, Andy, for you think staff to be able, or do you wanna wait till the second meeting of November?
That would be
It'd be a
community development notification.
We would want to at least send out postcards, and if we send out postcards today, I don't know that most people will receive them in time.
So the second meeting in November.
Okay.
And again, it's just to not rehear necessarily the entire,
Just to clarify,
just to clarify
your
what.
denial.
Okay.
Yes. I also want to point out to you that your code provides for that. However, your code also has a 30-day period for appeal. And so they still have that right within the 30-day period. So you're gonna be hearing a potential rehearing on the 18th, and then their 30 days, whatever they decide to do. It doesn't toll their ability to later appeal your decision if they wanted to.
Okay. So you just need direction from us or an actual vote?
I think a vote would be appropriate. It's a vote on scheduling the matter.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve scheduling the EBIC matter for the November 18th town council meeting?
So moved.
All right, motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? There you
Okay,
go.
thank you.
All right. Thanks for being so patient.
Thank you guys, appreciate
Take care. All right, we're back to public hearings. We are on to item D. This is a second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-26 entitled, "An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending number 1, table 34-2, titled Use Subgroups Permitted in Each Zoning District, in chapter 34, article 3, division 2, to amend the allowed subgroups for the CB zoning district from limited to open for the lodging, office, and retail use groups Number 2, the Land Development Code Subdivision 5, CB zoning district found in Chapter 34, Article 3, Division 5, redevelopment zoning district to place limitations on new outdoor dining and outdoor entertainment uses, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing an effective date.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Good afternoon.
Did you say morning or evening?
Not evening yet. So the language that you have before you is to amend the CB zoning ordinance to allow uses that were only allowed previously under the code if they'd been on that property before. So the way this opens up the code is it will now, CB zoning district, which consists of approximately 35 properties on the island, all of them fronted on Estero Boulevard, except for there's one that's just off of Estero Boulevard, but still in that first block. And it would make it open for residential, lodging, office, and retail. It does not change the setback requirements, and it does not change the FAR requirements. So it's not as intense as, for example, the downtown zoning district.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about the language in front of you or what that means?
Councilor Safford?
And this is a second hearing, by the way.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good with it.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yeah, I think we exhausted this on first reading. I'm good.
Councilor King?
Good.
I'm good as well.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in public comment?
Chad?
Nope. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council for a discussion or a motion. Any further discussion? Is there a motion to,
I'll move ordinance 24-26 CB zoning district amendment.
I'll second.
all right, motion by Councilor King, seconded by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And Mayor Adams, an aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item E. This is the second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-30 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending number 1, Division 3 Unsafe Building Abatement Code of Article 1 Property Maintenance Codes, and 2, Division 2 Lee County Boards of Adjustment and Appeals of Article 2 Building Codes of Chapter 6 Maintenance Codes, Building Codes, and Coastal Regulations of the Land Development Code of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to amend existing provisions related to appeals of the building officials' decisions, divesting the Lee County Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals of the responsibility for review of appeals of the town building officials' decisions, including but not limited to determination of an unsafe building, authorize the Town of Fort Myers Beach Special Magistrate to hear appeals of the town's building official decisions, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. This is the one that staff has asked for us to continue.
That is correct. We just need a little bit more time to respond to some emails that have been received from members of the public. And since we've opened the public hearing on this matter, if you could continue it to a date certain, we would ask for November the 18th. And we would bring it back for hopefully the second reading, or with whatever changes or additional information we come up with.
Okay, well, since we opened the hearing, is there anyone here in public comment that would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close it. Is there a motion to approve?
To continue.
To continue, I'm sorry, this hearing until November 18th for the second reading.
Correct.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Councilor King, seconded by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Next is item G. This is the second reading and final public hearing of proposed ordinance 24-17, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending section 2-94 qualifications and appointments of members, and section 2-96 removal of agency, board, committee, or commission members of Division 2 procedures for the establishment of boards, committees, and commissions of Article 4 boards, commissions, committees, and other agencies of Chapter 2 administration, and section 34-113 composition, appointment, and compensation of members of Division 3 local planning agency of Article 2, zoning procedures of Chapter 34, zoning districts, design standards, and nonconformities of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, removing property ownership as a qualification requirement for the members of the town agency, boards, committees, or commissions, and adding a voting registration requirement for members of the local planning agency and audit committee, eliminating duplicative and unenforceable language, adding a provision to section 34-113 regarding the mandatory annual financial disclosure form as required by the Florida Commission of Ethics, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
So this ordinance is before you on second reading, following a number of changes that have been made over a series of public meetings, hearings. The only change from your first reading has been the addition in the qualifications section to allow individuals who have a Fort Myers Beach postal code to also be qualified to serve in the capacity on one of your committees or boards.
Okay. Scott, any questions for Nancy?
No, I think we've cleared it up.
All right. Counselor Woodson?
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Again, not germane to this issue, but related, there was rumors in the media that we're having a revote on one of the MRF issues. Is that happening next meeting, or is that not happening? Did you see that? There was a,
We're gonna review that a little bit further. I think that it's possible that it could be on your agenda for the 4th. I haven't reviewed it yet. It hasn't come to
Okay, very good.
my level.
all right, thank you. I have no issues with this.
Okay. Counselor King?
I have nothing.
I do not either. Is there a motion for ordinance 24-17?
Is there public comment?
Oh, public comment, I'm sorry, public comment. Anyone? Chad, going once, going twice? Okay, we will close public comment.
I'll
Now-
move ordinance 24-17, Mayor.
All right.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. We are on to item H. This is a it's a little short one. This is a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending sections 2 and 5 of the town's policies and procedures manual to make it consistent with eligibility requirements for members of the town's agencies, boards, committees, and commissions, and to update reference to required financial disclosure forms and providing for an effective date.
So this is the amendment to your existing policies and procedures that make it consistent with the changes that you just adopted in the ordinance.
Questions for Nancy's? Counselor Safford?
Page 409 still says Form 6.
Why is that? Hold on.
I don't know. Page 409.
Yep, you're correct. I'll make that change.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Counselor Woodson?
Good.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nothing.
Counselor King?
I think I'm good.
I have nothing as well. Public comment? Anyone like to speak in public comment? No one's here.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-178.
Okay, motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item I. This is the second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-31 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending sections 4.02 Mayor, 4.03 Vice Mayor, 5.01 Elections, and 5.03 Terms of Office of Fort Myers Beach Town Charter to codify changes to the date of the town elections from March to November and to establish 4-year terms of office for town council members as provided by the voters at the March 2020 municipal election, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
So this ordinance, again on second reading, we determined, working with the town clerk, that your charter, although it had been approved for change by the voters, was not actually changed in the charter itself. So the proposed changes had been approved by the electorate back in 2020. and we are now just finally getting it into your code.
Okay. Questions for Nancy? Counselor Safford?
No, I'm good.
Counselor Woodson?
Good.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nothing.
Counselor King?
It's nice that we'll have this done by the second, by the election coming up.
Details. All right, public comment. Anyone wish to speak in public comment? No one's here. We'll close public comment. Is there a motion for ordinance 24-31?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second?
second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is our final public hearing. Item J, this is the second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-32, entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Section 2 of Ordinance 2005-04 to reflect the changes to the town charter were approved by the town voters at the municipal election on March 17th, 2020, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
So initially, ordinance 0504 had November in it. And then it changed to March. And so now we're bringing it back to November. And that was for, I believe, the appointment of, or the selection of the, is it the vice mayor, mayor?
Both.
Do you know what
I
page number it's
don't
on?
know what page number we're on, but it would be both.
So pursuant to the election cycle, then it would have been the selection of individuals to serve in that.
456.
Thank you.
That's where it starts.
Yes, we are just basically switching back the language.
It's on
So-
459 where it shows March back to November.
There you go. So it's basically, section 403 of your charter says, at the first regularly scheduled meeting following the town's regular election, the town council by majority vote shall elect from among its memberships a vice mayor who shall serve as mayor during the absence or disability of the mayor. And if a vacancy occurs, shall become interim mayor pursuant to section 4.08 of this charter. And what the ordinance did was it stated in non-election years, the election of the mayor and vice mayor shall be at the first regularly scheduled meeting. Back in '05, it said in November, and then it was changed to March, and now we're going back to November. So it's really, it's housekeeping, just cleaning it up.
Got it.
Um,
Fair enough.
okay.
All right. Any questions, Counselor Safford?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No.
Counselor King?
No.
I do not either. Public comment? Public comment?
Oh,
one
Jackie's
We
here.
question.
have public now.
Hey, we have public to make
Public
comment.
No comment. We'll close public comment. Is there a motion for ordinance 24-32?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Safford,
Second.
second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodford? Woodford.
Oh, Freudian slip there.
Wow.
Oh, wow, I
That
can't
would
read.
be Woodson.
That's what I meant. I can't evidently, I
Aye.
can't read. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
At least
Counselor
it's
King?
not water, it could
Aye.
have been Waterford.
And I'm an aye. Motion carries unanimously. So
No, he had it right with Woodford. I was gonna reserve judgment, but.
Don't even go there.
All right, we are on to our administrative agenda. The first item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving during the American Sand Sculpting Championships from 3 p.m. Wednesday, November 20th, 2024 to 8 p.m. Sunday, November 24th, 2024. 1. Open containers of alcohol in public areas as provided in Ordinance 16-03, Section 22-G. And 2. Waiving the standard vehicle permit fee for vehicles on the sand. 3. Waiving the fee for the use of Bayside Veterans Park. 4. Directing non-enforcement of the noise ordinance. Section number 5. Waiving parking fees along Old San Carlos from 1st to 3rd Street, approximately 21 spaces, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Town Manager?
Ms. Lezak is in the audience, and she can speak to this more intelligently than I.
Hey, good afternoon. Jackie Lezak, Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce, presenting the 34th Annual American Sand Sculpting Championship, back from a 4-year hiatus.
Wow.
2 years of COVID, 2 years of Eden. So we're super excited to bring this event back. It was a little bit sketchy there for a while, but given that Treasure Island canceled their event, which is the same weekend as ours, and given that the Crystal Classic, which is Siesta Key, say they are go, but they're still not quite sure yet, we really felt it was important to bring this event back, to have it here, and to get folks back to the beach and provide our island something to celebrate. So, being that said, we do respectfully ask for the items listed. In addition, a little of assistance from town staff, which I've discussed with the town manager, as far as just putting the barricades up on Second Street to change it to a two-way from a one-way, and on Third Street from a two-way to a one-way, just for those 4 days. Questions?
Did I miss what's going on in Bayside Park?
Yes, so we will have live music there all weekend from
Okay.
Thursday till Sunday, from from noon till 5 p.m. There will be vendors lining Old San Carlos Boulevard from 1st to 3rd Street, very similar to what was done with the Shrimp Fest, what we've done in years past with Taste of the Beach, Pirate Fest, all of those
Okay.
things. So exactly that, just trying to activate that area and trying to encourage getting folks to move out not only to the Diamond Head site where sand sculpting will be, but to move down the beach and explore other parts of the beach. One of the things that we've always said is when sand sculpting was held on the south end, it was an amazing event down there, but folks tended to not spread out. What we're trying to do is encourage spreading out along the boulevard, along the beach, and engaging other businesses and allowing for folks to kind of park in more areas, stay in more areas, and be able to enjoy the event. So,
Great, thanks.
Jackie, since you have the microphone, I believe you'd mentioned a number of folks who, in the private sector, have already stepped up to help. And I
Yes.
thought, since a lot of folks watch this, it might be nice to recognize them. I think you mentioned somebody was donating the sand, or I'll let you take it from there.
yeah, so we have our title sponsor is Florida Power and Light. So they took the Grand Kahuna sponsorship. Thank you to them for that. That helps to kick this event off. This event is a very, very expensive event to get out of the gate. Hundreds of thousands of dollars before you even get ticket one coming through the gate. So the partners and the sponsors are critical to this. Of course, our host is Diamond Head Hotel. Our presenting partner, Sand Lovers, the Chamber, and Diamond Head are the 3 presenting partners. Title sponsor, FP&L. And then we have a number of other sponsors going below us. Seagate has offered to donate all of the sand that we needed to build the additional castles. It is the same exact sand that we used in our berm project, the same exact sand, not the current berm project, the one from before, and the same mine that's been used by different hotels up and down the beach for re-nourishment of their own beaches, for berms and plantings and things like that. So it is identical, literally identical to our sand that's on the beach, the fine, pretty, powdery white sand. And just for you guys out there that don't know, for some reason, our sand just is conducive to making these really super tall sand sculptures, 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet high. For whatever reason, the way the sand particles are shaped is what I'm told. They just hold together beautifully. And kind of a fun fact, rain does not hurt the sandcastles. In fact, sun and wind are its biggest enemies. So, a little bit of rain on them doesn't hurt either. So it's kind of a cool thing. So I could go through the list. I'm trying to think in my head all the different folks who have stepped up, but we have a lot of different sponsors and different levels. If anyone's interested, please reach out to us. And we are updating fmbsandsculpting.com with all of those sponsors as they come online.
Jackie, one of my first entrees into the civic world of Fort Myers Beach was as a volunteer to the Sandcastle competition.
It was.
How, for folks who might be watching, how can they get involved? Are you looking for volunteers, and how should they approach?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to need about 100 volunteers a day for the event. Actually, right before I left the office to come here, I was working on our Sign Up Genius. That link will be out later on today on fmbsandsculpting.com. You can pick your day and your shift, and when you get to the event, then you'll be assigned your place depending on what we need for that particular day. It's a lot of fun. You get a free T-shirt, you get a free lunch for the day, you get a ticket to come back.
I was
And,
tasked as Scott's parking assistant, and
Yes.
she was a tremendous mentor to me, so I appreciate that.
So
That's the
true.
Easy deal. I had to drive the buggies and load all that stuff up every year.
That's because you know how to do things.
That's phase two.
Yeah, I'm just a laborer. I don't have any skills.
Yeah,
You got
right?
skills.
I was head Sherpa.
You got
I
skills.
know, yeah. So the folks who know, we have vendors out on the sand as well. We're hoping to have about 60 vendors out there. And because you can't drive their cars or vans or whatever onto the sand, we have to load everything onto Kubotas and then drive them out to each of their spaces in the morning, help them get set up. And then at the end of every day, we load them out, and then we load them in the next day, and then we load them out. So it's a lot of moving parts, but we definitely need a lot of help on that. And it was announced that the Seminole Casino will be hosting our volunteer thank you party after the event is over. They send buses out to pick us up, take us out to Seminole Casino. You get free drinks, you get free food, some free gambling, and it's a super fun night. So that's another I know what could go wrong.
We're in
You're
a
not
bus.
driving.
We're on a bus.
You're on a bus. You're not
We're on a
driving.
bus.
So there's the good news.
I
So
think
it's
your
just
signing
another.
genius went through the roof.
Yeah, right. Another Benny for being a volunteer. So hopefully you can come out and join us, and if you can sponsor, that would be great as well. We will have an event guide, so that will kind of help lead folks along as well.
All right.
Question.
Are you gonna do the evening thing again this
We
year?
are going to have on Wednesday evening, the Pink Shell Hotel and Resort is going to be sponsoring a Meet the Sculptor event. It's free to attend. You get some free appies and a free drink. And we encourage the community to come out, residents, guests, visitors, businesses, come out and meet these masters of the sand. I mean, these folks are truly, truly artists and craftsmen. And you get to have some one-on-one time with them and ask them about what they're going to do or what their inspiration is. And, a lot of them are past winners. This is the American Championship. This is for the whole country, and we have folks coming from all over the world for this. It's an invitational only, but we will have an amateur opportunity on Saturday if some amateur sculptors are out there. Yeah, I'm hearing that Frankie is signing up to build an amateur sculpture, so I'm waiting for that application. Haven't seen it yet, though.
Did your mic cut out, or did you
Yeah.
really say appy?
Appy. Yeah.
Appy, like
Application.
Appetizer-
Oh, appies for eating.
Appetizers.
Appies for eating.
Appies.
I'm-
Instead
Hey, you
of
gotta
trying
give
to
the
spell
program,
out
man.
whores divorce.
All right, just
Yep.
making sure.
Appies for eating and appy for application. There you
Got
go.
it.
Did the other,
Just
did the other sand sculpting, get canceled?
The one in Treasure Island did. Yeah, that was the same weekend as ours. So that one is definitely not happening. We're waiting to hear about Crystal Classic. They say it's going forward. Just that's going to be a heavy lift for them. I hope they manage to get it done. But I think they're the week or two after us.
Just as a note, there's certain staff members that have entered contests before that were rigged, and we did not place. So I think we're just gonna
We
withdraw
anticipate,
from
we're
that.
sitting this one out.
Yeah.
You referring to chili?
Protest.
I think they're referring to chili.
We're not talking about anything, ma'am.
Not pointing fingers.
Nothing to see here, nothing to see here.
Let it go, Frankie. Let it go.
Someone's got to be last, Frankie. Just deal with it. Yeah. Counselor King, any questions?
None.
All right. Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I have to recuse myself from the vote,
Okay.
given that,
Is that because you're head of the parking lot operations?
That's
volunteer?
right.
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
It's because I'm
He
head of the
also, when
parking
he
lot.
wins at the auctions or the ticket raffles that we do, he has to give the prize back. So just so you know. Yeah.
No
Oh, I
fun.
think- Can we add as part of the motion, who has to be the head Sherpa this time? Since he can't have a vote in it.
You do have to
Second.
pass a driving test. So there are very strict rules
I'll
about
second
driving
that.
those Kubotas because they can shake the sandcastles and knock them down. And we have had a volunteer in the past do that. Yeah. It
Run
was-
into it?
Yeah.
No,
No,
it
it just
just
went
went
by
by
too fast and the rumblings from it going by toppled the crown on a castle.
Oh, my gosh.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jackie.
Okay.
If there's no more questions, is there a motion for resolution 24-217?
I'll pass, I guess, yeah.
You'll
I'll pass
pass.
on passing it. I'll move the passage.
All right. Motion by Counselor
Second.
King.
It's getting late.
Seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Do you want a roll call or is, okay. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
I've recused
Oh,
myself.
that's right, never mind, you're recused. And the Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion carries 4-0 with Counselor Safford recusing himself. Next is item B. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the town manager to sign an amendment to the bridge loan agreement and promissory note between the town and the state of Florida, Department of Commerce to extend the maturity date of the existing loan to May 8th, 2033, and providing for an effective date. Joe or Andy, whomever? Joe?
Well, just as you said, this is to approve an amendment to the bridge loan that extends the due date from June 30th, 2024, all the way to May 8th of 2033. So it's roughly to a 10-year term. And since it is changing the term of the original loan, it requires town council approval.
Okay, questions for Joe? Counselor Safford?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
Nope.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Oh.
Sorry, I got distracted again. No questions. 217.
Counselor King?
None.
I do not have any. Is there a motion for resolution 24-213?
So moved. Second.
Been a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Errol?
Aye.
There you go. And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimous. Next is item C. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying the town manager's approval of amendment number 1 to agreement number LW 738 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the receipt of grant funding for outdoor recreation facilities as part of the Bay Oaks Campus Development Project to extend the completion date to August 31st, 2025, and the grant expiration date to December 31st, 2025, and providing an effective date. Joe?
Okay, this is the $1 million grant that also requires a $1 million match for the Bay Oaks project. It would have expired the end of this year, but because of all of the difficulties we had with Hurricane Ian and the effort on, first of all, recovering from that, the efforts to pursue this project were just on delay. And now this is an opportunity to extend it and take advantage of that grant for another year. And the project would need to be completed by August 31st of 2025, and then the grant itself expires December 31st, 2025. And just in case you may be forgetting, this is for a new multi-sport field, which includes soccer, baseball, softball, football, Little League, outdoor fitness, and community engagement events. There's 4 pickleball courts, a loop trail, 4 picnic areas, playground, 2 batting cages, a parking lot, sidewalks, landscaping, renovate the baseball court, and 2 tennis courts. So that list, although all of those things have to be completed by August 31st in order to receive the $1 million reimbursement from the granting agency. And then there's also a $1 million match that the town council had already approved earlier this year, which is coming from the ARPA funds.
Okay. Questions for Joe? Counselor Safford?
Not at this time.
All right. Counselor Woodson?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor Errol?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
I am good as well. Is there a motion to approve, what is it, resolution 24-218?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Errol?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item D. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying action by the town manager on September 23rd, 2024 to waive the town's competitive procurement policy and approving a new contract with SoftTrim LLC to continue providing remote information technology support services and software licensing, and to add full-time on-site support for a total annual amount of $191,784 for a 2-year term as an emergency purchase, approving and amended to the SoftTrim contract containing required terms and conditions under Florida law and providing an effective date.
Okay. This occurred when we lost our employee who vacated the position that we had an on-site support service for information technology. And so in order to continue operations without any issues, we had to turn to SoftTrim since they were already familiar with us and they were already providing remote support services. And they were able to provide an on-site person for actually less than we were paying for a staff person, so it's all within the budget, and this was just because it had to be done as an emergency. It's now coming to town council to be ratified.
Okay, perfect. Questions for Joe? Counselor Safford?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? None. Counselor King?
Can you just re-emphasize that we're actually saving money then, or?
Yes, we are saving money. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but we are saving some money, I think.
It's 90-some thousand.
It's a little over 11,000 a year.
Is it 11,000,
Okay.
is what it is?
Yes, I'll
Each
take your
year.
word for it. I did put it in here, but I can't quite find it right now, but yes.
Thank you, Joe.
It's roughly that amount.
Okay, let's see. I think it's right here. We can give you the exact number if you really want it.
I do see it. It's $11,069.
Yes.
There you go. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Is there a motion to approve resolution 24-211?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item E. It is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying action of the town taken September 27, 2024, under the emergency procurement policy to contract with ICS Materials, Inc. to take an emergency protective measures to remove hazards to the public health and safety from the beach and providing for an effective date. Joe?
This, because it was another emergency purchase related to hurricane response, it needs to come before the town council for approval.
Okay, and this was just for cleaning up the beach.
Was this Helene and Milton, or just Helene?
Hey, morning or afternoon, everyone. Chad Schutz, environmental staff. So this is just for Helene, clearing the roads, removing hazards from the beach. The pile that you see at Bay Oaks is all the sand that was cleared from Estero Boulevard following Helene, and the pile that you have at the Old Town Hall is all the Milton sand and still growing. So we will be coming back with another, ratify another contract for the post-Milton, as well as sand sifting.
Yeah, just one quick clarification, again, not necessarily germane to this contract, but for folks who, as I understand it, maybe we could talk about this afterwards, but as I understand it, because the cleanup efforts are federally funded, we can't pick up commercial condo debris, but with respect to sand, you'll take any sand from anyone, including condos and commercial, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So we're still working on whether or not sand that's put in or near the right-of-way, that might be reimbursable by FEMA PA, but if it's on private property, FEMA's not going to
But we
reimburse
will.
that. Yes, sir.
So anyone who puts the sand out, again, trying to keep it as clean as possible, it will be picked up.
Yeah, please keep the asphalt out, keep glass bottles out, keep sandbags out, all those things. You can't really filter out asphalt and glass as easily. It's just a size thing, and then the sandbags tend to clog up the screener, so
Gotcha.
keep those out as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chad? Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to approve resolution 24-212?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item F. This is a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving a second amendment to an agreement between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Access Infrastructure LLC to extend the term of the professional services agreement for ongoing miscellaneous professional services to September 30th, 2025 by the exercise of the second of the 2-year renewal options, authorizing the mayor to sign the amendment and the town manager to expend budget funds, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this is so we can keep Sarah employed and engaged in coming down here to help us. Sarah, wave to everybody.
This is all for Sarah.
In case you guys don't know me, I'm Sarah. We do have other staff that are also
Correct.
work off-site, though.
That's what they all say. All right,
Yeah.
questions for Andy, anyone? All right, is there a motion to approve resolution 24-219?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That brings us to our last administrative agenda. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, waiving the prohibition of membership of multiple boards or committees under section 2-98 of Article 4 of the town's Code of Ordinances and providing an effective date. Nancy, is this you?
It doesn't matter. So at your October 21st meeting, you appointed a number of individuals to various committees and boards. And a question came up, whether it was okay to have them serve on one or two boards. I didn't know the answer right offhand. We did the research. Yes, they can serve on one or more boards if you waive the prohibition. And that's found in section 2-98 of your Code of Ordinances. And working with the town clerk staff, they put together the Exhibit A to the resolution, which shows the individuals who serve on multiple committees.
Actually, it left one off, but there are 4 individuals, it says that, but it left off Ed Schoonover, who also serves on the Anchorage Advisory Committee and BORCAB as well.
Would you like me to read the names?
Please.
First on up would be Barbara Hill. She's on BORCAB and CELCAB. Jennifer Rusk is on Anchorage and MRF. Ed Schoonover is on Anchorage and BORCAB, and Betty Simpson is on BORCAB and CELCAB. They would all need the waiver.
Okay. Do we have to approve individually, or can we approve it globally? Is there
I think you can
Resolution.
approve the resolution, which has the
Okay.
Exhibit A that has the 4 individuals. The Exhibit A is on 678,
Yep.
676. That
Okay.
lists them.
I just have one question though. I think in the past, we've always limited it to 2. Is that still the case, or is that addressed in here at all?
I don't think it's addressed. I believe that the code just says more than one, that you have the opportunity to waive it. So if somebody wants to serve on 3 committees, I think that's your choice.
okay? Anything else?
No, just a question.
All right.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-220.
All right. Got a motion by Counselor King. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That brings us to final public comment. There's no one here, unless Talisha would like to say a few words. You sure? Okay. We will close public comment. Town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'll try to be brief. I got a few things. We're working to get the 7-Eleven property closed, working with the attorney on that. One thing we're gonna do, we're gonna need to replace I believe, all the trees in Times Square. We're gonna put coconut palms. We'll keep them trimmed, but they seem to be the ones that are the most resilient to so much salt water. We just feel like that's the best route, and so Jeff's gonna be getting some pricing on that. Debris pickup continues. Got a little slow start. Excuse me. Once we got 2 dual type trucks in here, these guys started moving pretty quick, and as of yesterday, they had gotten 208 loads, 8,500 cubic yards. So they really continue to work and continue to move forward in getting the town cleaned up. Be a couple of passes. We talked a little bit about picking up commercial or condos. I rode around yesterday. You don't see a lot at the condos along Estero. I didn't go into Bay Beach, so I haven't been in there to see. But there's one condo just beyond Bay Beach. They've seemed to put the whole downstairs out, so we'll need to address that as with code enforcement to see what needs to happen there. But we will continue to pick things up and continue to do the cleanup as we are allowed to. As far as FEMA reimbursement, we do have some options out there. Should we decide to go with waste management and just have the town pay for that, we would probably get monitors. We'd probably try to get it reimbursed, but there's a chance we wouldn't. So we need to just kind of continue to discuss that. And I'll speak to you individually about that as we continue into this week and see where we get with our haulers.
Before you jump off
Yes.
of that subject, if you're gonna move on there, I did speak to someone from Bay Beach yesterday, and there was some confusion, cause after Ian, the state came in and they talked about debris cleanup. If you sign up, they'll come and do it. So a lot of their condo presidents were saying, advising them to put their stuff out to the curb before they got the message that that's no longer gonna be acceptable. So
Right.
the sooner we can get the information out to them, whether or not we're gonna be able to pick it up or not,
Right.
the better.
Okay, we will. Absolutely. We do have the election next Tuesday. It's hard to believe it's here already, but we'll continue at Bay Oaks. Shouldn't be any interference in there. We're under generator power. The floor's been cleaned up and picked up. So unless there's anything that
So you're claiming there'll be no election interference there? Is that what you're saying?
I am
Just
claiming
so
that of the things that are in my control, there will be no election interference at this location. Thank you for clarifying that, sir. Just
Can we get that out there again, just through Nicole?
We will.
That it's gonna be at the gymnasium?
Yep,
versus
and we'll
here.
try to make sure we have all of our staff parked further away down toward the school, since school's not being occupied
So
now.
just for folks who might be listening, where should they park if they're gonna vote at Bay Oaks?
Just anywhere between, right around here in Town Hall, just any space you can find. We will have staff, like I said, move further down to make sure they're parking down either towards the school or just further.
But there are parking
the
spots
west.
close to Baby.
There are
I'm
some.
sorry, Bay Oaks.
There will be some ADA accessible parking spaces behind it. And also we'll try to clear out as much as possible to try to keep it. We'll have our staff out there, our rangers to kind of help a little bit with traffic control should that need arise. There's a time change this Sunday, so in case anybody's forgotten. Yep, coming up on the
Falling
3rd.
back.
Yep. Councilor Woodson did allude to it earlier and mentioned the table and treat that happened at Margaritaville. That was very well organized. It was a last minute thing, and I commend Margaritaville, and I worked with Mary Torgerson to get that started, and she worked with Jeff and our staff, but it came together really nice. I thought it was really good. Dan was there as well. He saw, a lot of kids showed up. It was more than I really thought would show up, so it was really good to see. A very successful evening. Also, we will be making plans to have our swearing in for the newly elected officials at the new town hall in some capacity or some way. We'll just figure out the time and the date. Amy and I will be working on that the next few days to get that scheduled. I would imagine sometime next week or I don't know when that's done, so we'll have to make sure we get it accomplished as soon as we can after the election. That's all I have.
Okay. We already needed,
I did my report, I'm fine.
you're good?
No other
Okay.
items.
All right. Then we have council member items and reports. Counselor Safford.
I'm good, thank you.
Counselor Woodson.
I have one question. So tomorrow is LPA has a special meeting to discuss public benefits. What is public benefit? So my question is, what happens after that meeting? What are the next steps? Do we have a joint meeting? Has anything been discussed about what we're doing about that, or what happens?
They called it last Tuesday, so I wasn't in there when they called it, so I don't have all the details. I would yield to Sarah or Judith.
Let me help Sarah, because I just ran into Jim Dunlop before he left, and I think he's gonna be leading that discussion along with the chair. And I believe their goal is to make recommendations to the council. They may call for a joint meeting, I don't know, but I think that's yet to be determined. I think it depends how things go tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. That's all I had.
Okay. Vice Mayor,
Just two quick things. Just an update. Got some bad news on the Chapel by the Sea stained glass window. The entity that's in charge of delegating the assets of the church, which does not include any residents of Fort Myers Beach or members of Chapel by the Sea, unfortunately decided to go a different direction on that stained glass window. They're going to be exhibiting it in a church off island in Fort Myers. So unfortunately, that is a no-go. And second of all, just a question, not a criticism, just a question. Mr. Town Manager, have you had any contact with our friends at Lee County? They did such a wonderful job in clearing the serious sand off Estero Boulevard to help us resume our lives. But I noticed that there's still significant sand on the sidewalks and the bike lanes on Estero Boulevard, and just didn't know if you'd heard of any timetable for that kind of a cleanup.
I have not. We have a meeting on Wednesday, but I'll give Dave a call this afternoon and reach out to him and see if he can't get his street sweeper out and get it cleaned up. We've also purchased our own sidewalk sweeper that we've been getting out there a little bit too. We've got a really nice, we need to take some pictures Nicole and get those out there so people can see our guy. We mainly, it was with the funds from TDC, and it's really a nice self-contained air-conditioned
Have you
unit.
slapped a nice decal on it?
We've got all the decals on it, yes, sir. Already used it a couple of times, and we will get it out there and use it, help, do as much as we can do, but the street would have to probably be with the county, but I'll reach out to Dave Warner.
When does the mayor get to drive that?
He doesn't.
Dang, I was just gonna ask that.
He doesn't.
That's all I've got.
Counselor King?
Just quickly, where are we on the impact fee study? Do we have an update?
I do not, but I can get you one for the next meeting.
Thank you.
That's it? I have two quick things. One, we just got an email of some good news from London Rotunda. He is the aide for Senator Rubio's office. We will be receiving $1,231,257.42 in federal funding, FEMA, for specific beach accesses. So Moby mats that we've talked about, garbage cans, things like that. So there have been questions from people when we were gonna be able to do that. We've talked about, we were waiting on funding. Well, it sounds like we will be receiving that. Well, we've got notification that we'll be receiving that. I don't know exactly when, but we just got that email during the meeting today, so that's good news. The other thing I had is over the weekend, I ran into a couple people. 2 were residents and 2 were non-residents that were just coming back from golfing, and they were on the north end of the island, and they were giving credit to staff and the council for how well we were doing, and they said, but unfortunately, this is probably going to be the last time that we're gonna be up here on the north end of the island until after season, cause we're gonna go to Bonita, or we're gonna go to, Naples, cause we're not gonna wait in that traffic. And it got me thinking is, how can we not let that happen? How can we keep people here that wanna stay here and wanna spend money here? So I just had a random idea that I ran by the town manager, and I told him I'd bring it up today, who he's also talked to Chad briefly about it, but we don't wanna go too far down a rabbit hole until we get consensus from council to at least look into it and see what it would look like. And I had the idea of, we're outside of turtle season, how can we use the beach to benefit traffic and to keep people from leaving the island and spending money elsewhere? So I grew up in the Midwest, we always did hay wagon rides, so is there a way we could get some covered wagons that have beach tires, work with our existing vendors, now that daylight savings is coming in, they will be dark, about the time people wanna come to the north end and spend some money. Is there a way that we could use these wagons and our already beach vendors who have tractors that are not gonna be renting jet skis to run a couple of these up and down the islands, for a few hours every day to, just during season, to be able to pick them up on the beach, say at the south end of the island and, below the mean high water line, and bring them to the north end and vice versa. So you could go up to the beach access, jump on this wagon, takes you to the north end for dinner, you hop back on it and you head back south. Again, it's outside of turtle season. I did do some research. I'll be happy to share it with the town clerk if she wants to send it out to you guys to take a look at it. The wagons are fairly inexpensive. I have talked to a couple of the beach vendors who are all on board with wanting to be able to do it. There's a picture kind of it, so it's got a cover that
Can be
goes on it,
covered?
so it's very low to the ground. You can climb on, climb off. The beach vendors would operate it for us, so we could, I haven't had a chance to talk to Joe, but potential funding could come from either the overflow from short-term rentals and or the parking revenue, because we've had a discussion about not sure where to allocate those funds quite yet. So if it's something that could come from one of those type of funds, so this program will be funded by visitors that pay into those funds. I think that could be a win-win for everybody. But I just thought it would be an interesting outside-the-box idea to try to get people off the roads and keep them on the islands to frequent the businesses when Seagate opens, or not Seagate, but Santini Plaza. People that want to go down and use that down there, it'll allow them to go down without adding to the traffic. So it was just an idea. If you guys think it's something worth investigating, I'll work with town staff to get it out there, get some hardcore, pricing. Those they're about $11,000 to purchase those with delivery. So anywhere from 4 to 8 week delivery time, depending on how fast we want to pull the trigger to be able to do it. Now there's a good picture of it right there. We'll put that out so people can see it. I'm sure Nicole, people will
Corn
be
and
asking about
soybean
it.
field?
It is, yes, sir.
So I just thought it'd be something interesting. You could
Cuts
have
with
it come down the sides and something think outside the box and make it work. But everybody's okay with it. I'll move forward with staff.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
just
sir.
so you know, there's possible TDC funding for this as well.
Possible. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that it could be funded. But as I said, our beach vendors are very excited, at least a couple I've talked to, about, you know, they're down 70%. So anything they could do to maybe earn a little bit of income, they already know what the rules and regulations are for being on the beach, and have good contacts with Chad already. So I think it'd be kind of something fun, interesting, different, unique that we could do to think outside the box. So if everybody's okay with it, we'll move forward, get some more information, and bring it back.
Well, thank you for thinking outside the box and getting on the wagon. With your Woodford Reserve. We'll call one Woodford Reserve.
And then
Woodford
there
Reserve,
was that.
thanks.
Woodford.
That's
Wood-
all.
it has
That's all
to
that I
be-
have.
Yeah, it has to be rye, thank you.
That's all that I have. So if there's nothing else, is there a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Could I, before you adjourn, I am thinking of, I'll keep it short. I am thinking about doing a public outreach opportunity at one of the town events. Are we doing the Christmas tree lighting or a Christmas parade, something like that? I'd like to do public outreach there to get people who maybe don't normally show up to meetings and get input on, because we're gonna be moving forward with changes with the LDC and the comprehensive plan. I think it would just be a good opportunity to sort of catch people in out of the meeting surrounding, because you do get different input at those opportunities.
Oh, I think that, I mean, I don't know what specific event you're looking for, but I think the Women's Club is doing their Christmas Tree Festival at Bay Oaks Gym.
Cheater.
So it'll already be here where people will be coming. I don't know if that'll
Be a
be
room
in
full
there.
of cheaters there, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Participants.
Just in the chili cook-off.
Just the chili cook-off, yeah.
Participants, yeah.
What about the sand sculpting?
Or that too.
That's actually really, well, how many people are gonna be actually local and how many people are gonna be, cause I'd really like to do sort of a local event. It sounds like
You're
that's
gonna
people
you're
coming
gonna
in
have
from all
100
over.
volunteers a day, and
True.
they're not all the same people.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it's always. I mean, there are gonna be people that aren't on the beach, but I'm sure you could talk to Jackie.
Could
Okay.
you do both of them? I mean, is it a problem to do both, or you just wanna do one?
Timing wise, it may be difficult to do both, cause it does take a lot of sort of organization to set them up. But I'll talk with Andy and Frankie and take in all of the options
Yeah,
and see
whatever
what
you
might
feel
work
is
best. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody thought that was a good idea and maybe something we were
Absolutely.
comfortable
Yep, I
with.
think it's a
Okay,
great idea.
Thank you.
All right, now Counselor Kane.
Move to adjourn.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Sanford. All those in favor signify by saying aye.